Hello and welcome to the Telecom Infra Project OpenWiFi Launch. My name is David Hudson and I'm the Chief Engineer at TIP. And we've got a very exciting event lined up today. But before we get started, I'd like to give a special thanks to our event sponsors, who you can visit in their booths in the Hop-In tool. And our sponsors are Benu Networks, Candela Technologies, CIG, EdgeCore, Indio Networks, Informatech, IO by HFCL, CloudSpot, NetExperience, Plume, Qualcomm, and Retina Communications. Now, TIP OpenWiFi's launch marks a really important milestone for TIP as we continue to accelerate technologies for rapid, high-quality internet adoption around the world. And if you're watching this live, and you're most likely doing so over a Wi-Fi connection, and that pretty much sums up how critical Wi-Fi has become for so many of the world's population, especially during this time. It's part of critical infrastructure. And as you'll be hearing today, there are a number of firsts here for TIP. So with OpenWiFi, TIP took a big step forward to speeding up technology adoption by creating TIP's first ever open source software program. But we couldn't stop there, so we followed that up with building automated test suites used for continuous testing, and therefore adopting the best practices of good product development. And lastly, and this is another first for TIP, by creating product certification and multi-vendor end-to-end testing using the TIP OpenWiFi stack. Now this shows Wi-Fi service providers that they can integrate and deploy OpenWiFi solutions from multiple vendors with a high degree of confidence. Now today, we've got a great lineup of operators, of vendors, of analysts, and speakers from fellow industry organizations, such as the Wireless Broadband Alliance and Wi-Fi Now. And they're all ready to talk about the demand for interoperable Wi-Fi solutions, architectural innovations, monetization features like open roaming, and how community-based development is beneficial to the industry, and how open Wi-Fi opens up many more supply chain choices. And lastly, we've got a special surprise for you as well on a fascinating project that we're starting to kick off on Wi-Fi and 5G convergence. So I'm sure that you'll agree by looking at the agenda as well, there's a lot of exciting things coming up during today's session. So without any further delay, I'd like to welcome Wi-Fi industry veteran Klaus Hetting, who is the CEO and chairman of Wi-Fi Now, to get us started. So Klaus, over to you.
Fantastic, David. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's exciting to be here, and I want to tell you right up front, I think this initiative is transformative, and I'm honored and delighted to be part of this, sir. So thank you so much for inviting me to do this, and also huge congratulations to you and the TIP team for kicking this off. I think it's fantastically good news.
Excellent. Great to have you here.
All right. Thank you. Okay, everyone, let's get this going. So first of all, welcome to the Telecom Infra Project OpenWiFi Launch event. My name is Klaus Hetting, and I'm the CEO and chairman of Wi-Fi Now, and I'm delighted and excited to be part of this event today. So we have put together, I should probably say, the TIP folks have put together a fantastic program for you today with a total of 9 sessions where you're going to meet many, if not all, of the architects of the TIP OpenWiFi initiative, plus a lot of other people. And we'll be diving into the many aspects and benefits of OpenWiFi as such. We'll get the operator view, we'll get the industry and ecosystem view, we'll talk to many vendors that are contributing directly to the program, operators that are contributing directly, we will talk about OpenWiFi as a community-driven initiative. We'll hear from some of the vendors that are creating innovative services sitting atop of this new OpenWiFi stack. So we're going to do all of that plus a lot more in the course of the next few hours. So let's cut straight to the chase. I'm super delighted to introduce 2 gentlemen who have been luminaries, I would say, of the Wi-Fi industry, I think probably since its very beginning. First of all, Mr. Dan Rabinovitz, he's VP of Facebook connectivity at Facebook, of course. Welcome to you, Dan. Great to see you, sir.
Thanks, Klaus. Great to be here. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, good morning to you. Good afternoon to me. Dr. Derek Peterson, right. Dr. Derek Peterson is CTO of Boingo Wireless. He's also with us. Dr. Derek, are you there, sir?
I'm here. Good to be
there
here.
There it is. Welcome to both of you. Great to see you both. I haven't seen you for a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Great to see you both.
Fantastic. Let's go straight into it. And I've been thinking a lot about the Open Wi-Fi initiative. I've been studying it. I've been thinking about ecosystem industry aspects of it, and I believe it's transformative. Maybe Dan, start us off with your view on that. Do you share that view, or?
I do share that view, and I think what's been so exciting about this journey on Open Wi-Fi is there are very few times when you get goosebumps, a little prickle in the back of your neck when you realize, wow, this actually could be one of those really big moments. The thing about the Wi-Fi industry is it's just been driving, I would say, innovation. Every year and a half or 2 years, something kind of happens in Wi-Fi, which just makes it very attractive because it's constantly getting better. Throughputs are always getting better. We've got great news recently around the addition of more spectrum, and just the technology keeps going. But this is a different kind of evolutionary step, which is starting to smell more like a revolutionary step, particularly for the service provider industry, because I think when you look at the history of Wi-Fi, particularly for large service providers or large managed service providers like Derek's company, you have this difficult situation that you have to pick your vendor, and when you pick that vendor, you have to invest a ton into that relationship, and the support model, the cost of the solution over time, the fact that you can't easily start to I want to go try the competition. Well, when you get a network at scale operating with one vendor, there's more and more kind of this problem with lock-in, and that actually in a way limits the ability for service providers to scale out more. And in this world where you might be buying companies, you might buy a company that's using a different vendor, and then you're kind of managing this constant challenge of multiple solutions that you have to manage at scale. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is sometimes service providers just want to have a seat at the table when something's created, so that they can actually explain, like, what is it that I'm trying to do? What's important to me? What feature velocity do I need? What security features are more important? And the cool thing about an open source initiative like this and a community-led development like this, operators have been involved from day one. I would almost say day zero. And that just changes the kind of overall collaboration between software vendors, hardware vendors, the silicon industry, and the operators. So it's like the whole full stack of technology, whether it's software, hardware, and everything in between. The operator community now can actually shape the outcome, which I think is really exciting. And kind of last but not least is one of the challenges with service provider Wi-Fi, when you get a big enough network, like when you're successful at this business, like a Boingo, for example, you have the other problem, which is you have to manage upgrades, you have to manage this complexity of like global software management, interop, all of that stuff. And you start to get a little more nervous as your network gets bigger and more successful about pushing that upgrade button, right? And the beauty of starting from scratch with a cloud managed, one upgrade for all of your access points at one time, being able to test nightly, with a modern CI/CD environment, all of those things start to give you way more confidence that, I can have a giant network with hundreds of thousands of access points under management, and I'm confident that I can, push that upgrade button and things are not going to break. And I think that's like a huge win for this industry in particular. So that's what just
great answer. You covered all the talking points. I have no more to say. No, I'm just kidding.
You can tell I'm excited about this.
Okay, no, it is super exciting, and I can tell you're excited, and I think a lot of people are. So Derek, you got a big seat at the table, and you can now have some serious impact on what's going on as far as new designs are concerned, new services and so forth. Do you share Dan's view on this? Is it transformative also for you as an operator?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Dan. It's transformative. It's revolutionary. You know, the big thing that I think is this community approach, right? So I'm looking at this and I'm saying we've always had, you know, product managers reach out and do EBCs, and then you'd have, you know, one company go to an EBC, another company go to an EBC, and oh, well, let's talk to these guys and talk to these guys. And product managers are running around trying to talk to the people that they're trying to create equipment for. And then now we can bring them all together. We can develop this community, develop this CI/CD like Don's talking about, where we can do this testing, and we can do it all together in a room so that we understand all the different players that are trying to get this Wi-Fi. I mean, there's home Wi-Fi, there's Wi-Fi inside train stations that we do, inside airports that everybody knows is about, you know, inside apartment buildings, inside military bases. All of these different locations require just a little bit tweak of a different solution. And today you're trying to balance that with a single vendor, all this capability that you need, instead of being able to have a community where you can go talk about that, and then you can go figure out how to make it work. And then part of that community, a very important part of that community, is the operators, of course, like us, and the vendors that are developing it, but it's also all the different innovative things that are trying to connect to that connection. And today it's, you know, computers and laptops where we started, then phones, and we started trying to get them inside the environment. Now it's all the IoT devices with all the extra spectrum. It just keeps growing bigger and bigger. And if we don't develop a collaborative environment like what we're doing with TIP, we're going to be in trouble, because it is going to continue to grow and the ecosystem's growing, and we're still trying to solve it in these old ways. You know, and when I always think back when I first started my doctorate, one of the things I was looking at is this patent thing versus standards. And I was like, you know, we need standards. That's really how innovation gets driven forward, is with these open standards groups to be able to drive innovation. Because patents kind of, you know, you get one solution. You don't get all of the different solutions that you could get. So I'm very excited about what OpenWiFi is doing. You know, we're testing it. It's going to be fun. You're going to hear about some of those today. But it's great. I'm looking forward to being able to utilize it. And, you know, I think we have a goal for, you know, hundreds of thousands this year. And I think we're going to get there because the work's moving forward.
Fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about who you think, what segments, if you will, might benefit the most. We discussed this a little bit last week when we sort of had a pre-meeting about these things. And I think, Dan, you had a few comments, and maybe touch on that, but also touch on, Dan, if you will, the role perhaps of something like this in connection with Facebook connectivity, in connection with making Wi-Fi or making broadband services more affordable.
Yeah. I mean, I'll let Derek talk to the vertical markets that Boingo's going to go after, because I think, you know, there's just an amazing amount of impact that can happen with OpenWiFi with the classic MSP approach. One of the things that we're focused on in Facebook connectivity is getting more people online to a faster internet. And, you know, it's very, very simple. We're trying to really bring the cost of broadband access down as much as possible. And that's CapEx and OpEx. And one of the things that really struck me when I first got introduced to the OpenWiFi concept was the approach at the endpoint, at the access point, is so elegant and so economical. So the idea here is if you can get a very thin agent even onto the lowest cost Wi-Fi router, a very low cost residential gateway, for example, that can be a cloud managed endpoint in the OpenWiFi ecosystem. That is representing a huge step forward in terms of reaching emerging market multi-dwelling units. You know, you have to start really thinking about the atomic building block of Wi-Fi is core to connectivity, because it's the lowest cost way to deliver broadband. But beyond that, you have to also start to think, well, how do I do this at scale? And, you know, one of the things that's been really confounding in emerging markets is the lack of residential broadband. And think about what the past 18 months has been for most of us during COVID lockdown. People need to get their education at home, their work from home, health information from home. And if you're in a mobile first environment, you may have a device, but not everyone in your family might have a device that has broadband connectivity through a cellular network, for example. So we're really excited about the possibility that this innovation will help us take existing OEM and ODM low-cost Wi-Fi routers and turn those into cloud-managed endpoints that would help drive the cost of getting Wi-Fi connectivity into people's homes.
Right. And this, sorry, and this we've not had before, right? We've not had the ability to configure a very low-end router for this type of service, correct? I mean, this is unique, right?
This is absolutely unique, and I think the fact that you could do this with OpenWRT, for example, which is very prevalent in the retail Wi-Fi market, just is an extremely attractive, let's say, byproduct of this initiative. So I think there's a bunch of things that industry is going to look at what we're doing, and there will be 50 new ideas the day after tomorrow after people start to think about this, because there's so much potential when you're dealing with an open source, community-led, well-tested type of environment. Because interop now means you can get scale very, very quickly. It's
Very good. Derek, talk to me a little bit about how this might benefit some of the verticals that you work with.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know we kind of expanded out a lot of different areas in the last few years. And I think one of the key things that Dan said was, you've got more suppliers to be able to work with, and that's helpful, right? Because each supplier has different capabilities that you can bring to bear. I'm thinking right now, I'm sitting out in a rural area in Utah. I moved out here during COVID and kind of sat out here. When I first got here, there was nothing. I ended up having to try to figure that out, working with the local ISP here, who really didn't, have the great experience of being able to do that. And since then, working with them and with their team, I'm able to cover 20 acres, with some unique stuff that we've been able to do and bring this broadband, in a personal way to, all my people who live around me, which has been awesome. But see, that's the challenge, when there's this initiative being pushed forward by, the government to try to get broadband everywhere. There's a lot of opportunity in broadband connectivity programs, because we recognize finally that infrastructure is very important for all of us at home, and just as important as at home, it's everywhere else. The digital transformation that's going on because of COVID, we've always saw this going forward where, okay, we're going to have ticketless, travel inside the airports. We're going to have ticketless, games that we want to go to stadiums. But we never had the ability to do all of that because, we also had to serve all these other capabilities for operations and for public service, et cetera. Now we have a way to be able to take on Wi-Fi 6 and some of the things that we're talking about, where we can have multiple things running at the same time and not lose connections and struggle through that. And that is key. And we're testing that across multiple suppliers, multiple solutions, so that we can expand that interoperability, but also expand the stretch of those controllers and those APs and drive that lower ARPU so we can grow this environment faster. And we need to. The digital transformation of businesses is important, especially for health and safety, given what we've seen in the last year.
And one of the ideas, I think a core idea in this initiative is, of course, to enable new services, innovation in new services, right? Because what you can do as a member if you're participating in this program is develop a service that plugs into the stack, essentially, right? And you can imagine all kinds of things. I mean, I think possibly, I was going to say open roaming. It's not exactly that, perhaps, but you can think of security services, maybe things like cognition and things like that. What is your view on that? Will this accelerate, do you think, innovation? Will we see more companies embrace that opportunity and be able to drive new Wi-Fi services into the market in that sense with that new architecture? Dan, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that was really exciting about this when we first got started, we had companies like NetExperience, Plume, Bennu, Tenaza, all coming together. I mean, erstwhile competitors who were willing to get in the room and have a substantive discussion around how to collaborate and pull this thing together. That was brave, by the way. It's not easy, and we've seen the same thing happen, in TIP with things like Open RAN, Open Optical, Open Core. You have to, you can just look at the whole disaggregation theme in cellular. It took some brave starts to get competitors to actually say, okay, we're going to work together. And once you have that environment and people start to get comfortable, hey, this is not a threat to my business. If I learn how to play in this new environment, I can bring my differentiation and bring my my secret sauce to the table, and people will be willing to pay for that. I think that's true, and support is still going to be required for all these things. Now, generating new ideas and new services, partially that's enabled because you're making life easier on so many other fronts. When you're in this business as a supplier, you are constantly battling, the incoming requests for thousands of features and the need to constantly deliver at a very high level of quality, right? You cannot have software releases with regressions and cause problems in the field. So there's a certain threshold of work that's constantly getting done, but it's the same work being done by 10 companies. there's so everybody is got this tax. With Open Wi-Fi, we're basically saying the tax is shared by everyone. Now focus on your differentiation, focus on new stuff that's building on top of what I would call the classic plumbing. That's how you start to accelerate innovation. You got to free people up from the menial administrative stuff that's just eating up all their time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm serious about this. It's an industry tax, and I think when you get past the initial fear factor of jumping in, then I think you can start to think about wow, I've been ignoring this whole IoT thing in my business. I've been ignoring how to deliver personalized, secure, video services or better cost or whatever it is that's important for customers. I think that's the kind of thing that we're going to see free up now with this community.
Derek, you want to comment on service innovation as from your operating point of view?
I love the way Dan put it. There's that 80 to 90% that we need everything to do, and they're all going to do it. So why not make that be the common set? Whenever you're building code or doing stuff, make that your common set, and then grow in those 10%, right? That's where the innovation comes. And when everybody's focused on that 80%, we don't get the 10 to 20% of the innovation that we want to see. And that is great. I mean, we're seeing that now with some of the stuff we're talking about is, okay, we can build a software solution inside these APs and inside this wireless LAN controller, but then there's some AI and ML that we can put on top of it. That would be the innovative part. Some of that facial recognition stuff that you were talking about, Klaus, those kind of things can be tagged in as innovative little pieces that sit on top of it. Because of the way we're designing it, we can now add on these little apps or these little functions to be able to do that. And that is where the key is that you're being able to drive as you're moving beyond meat and potatoes, or however Dan said it, into the fun ice cream and everything else that you get to get on top of it, right?
Right. So we've got to also talk a little bit about Wi-Fi versus 5G, the never-ending theme that we quite often touch on every time we talk about Wi-Fi. I don't know if the 5G people ever talk about Wi-Fi, but we definitely talk about 5G and the relation between the two. So the question is really to both of you, are we getting, will this initiative bring the two closer together? There's the open roaming aspect, and maybe Derek can comment on this. I know there's a whole session on this later, but we might as well break this open. So is this initiative bringing the two closer together? Is there a special role for convergence in this? Is it kind of lining up the battlefield? I don't think so myself, but go ahead and comment on what you think this might do to the relation between Wi-Fi and 5G. Dan, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I think one of the big benefits of this is First of all, I think this whole Wi-Fi versus cellular thing is such an old and boring trope.
I agree with you.
Because the two things really are so important for the industry, right? I mean, I think we need to really move past this being a battle and much more think about how to use the right tool for the right job. And frankly, to start thinking more about combinatorial benefits. And I'm going to let Derek talk through the convergence thing because he's got a big convergence poster behind him. But, you know, at a very base level, the vision, you know, that I think Derek, you and I, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we were talking about like, hey, you have all this spectrum, you have all these different PHYs on a handset, for example. Just use all of them. Use all of them, and that, you know, the opportunistic use of whatever spectrum is available is actually like the best thing for people, right? So if you want to always be best connected, take advantage of all these things. The advantage now of something like Open Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6 and 6E coming together at around the same time as 5G is you have more and more opportunities to deliver a better service to customers and to keep the service level high. And, you know, Wi-Fi is a very dense networking technology by definition, right? It's not designed to, you know, with some exceptions, it's not really a kilometers long kind of distribution mode. So it's very complementary to a dense cellular network. And when you get to something like open roaming, you can start to combine all these pieces so that people really don't have to think about what network they're on. They're just getting the maximum amount of bandwidth and the best quality they can get at any time.
John, we only got a couple of minutes left. I want Derek to answer the question about convergence because I know he wants to. And after that, I have one more question. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, I'll be quick because you and me have had this conversation a lot, and I think all of us have. You know, we're moving past where I started at, where I was really pushing this convergence, right? And you remember that we all had some fun with it back then. And this idea that 5G is really about the use case. And so, you know, I've always said that, and I still believe it. I think the industry is believing it, and I think that that's key. So what I see happening is we've always talked about coexistence of these networks. Now, by working together in a community, we can get away from coexistence and start moving towards co-integration of these networks. And that, to me, is where true convergence is going to happen, is when these networks co-integrate. So when you're seeing a packet come through, and Dan and I have talked about this, it goes across whatever network it needs to get across to be able to be successful and be able to provide the service quality that you need for that packet and the security and everything else associated with that use case. So that, to me, is one of the things that organizations like TIP that we're working together solving is, okay, let's no longer talk about Wi-Fi versus 5G. Let's not no longer talk about how they coexist in a phone. Let's talk about how they co-integrate to deliver the service. And that is when things get really exciting, and that's where we're headed.
That is a great answer. And I need to ask both of you this because there is an elephant in the room. It might not be, I think it's hopefully a small elephant, right? Hopefully. But we do need to ask the question as to whether open Wi-Fi will disrupt any of the existing Wi-Fi business, or whether, and Dan, we discussed this before, or whether we're actually looking at an expansion of the total addressable market in most cases. So this is a super important question, I think, also just to get that off the table, at least to some extent. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Well, having been on the other side of that table in my past life, you know, I think if you're an existing enterprise class Wi-Fi OEM, you're going to look at this and it does look threatening, right? There's no way to look at this and not feel a certain amount of angst. The flip side is I don't think that the classic large carpeted enterprises of the world are going to, you know, run to this solution. I don't think it's really that threatening for a big chunk of the enterprise market, because I think that part of the market still has different requirements, different values. But I think if you're in the service provider space, you have to look at this as a a real change. This will represent a shift in behavior. And the reasons for that we already discussed. So I think there's, this is, representing a significant shift. And partially it's because service providers need to have their requirements top of mind for developers. And that's not the case for most enterprise companies. To just be really blunt, most enterprise companies are really focused on the IT, the CIOs of the Fortune 500, and that's a different requirement set, and a whole bunch of different needs, and so I think you're going to see the difference there. One last thing I will say on this, also going to the convergence point, the other aspect of this, which is really critical, is if you start to build converged networks, you also really need to have a lot of commonality and stability in that Wi-Fi piece. Right? And shameless plug for another thing we've been working on in Facebook connectivity and contributing into the TIP community is Magma, right? An open source packet core. The more open source software tools are available to service providers, the more consistency, the more and I would also say the more liberty they feel to jump in and start experimenting with a whole bunch of new services. So that's not going to happen in a closed vendor locked environment.
Derek, you've got 1 minute. We're a little bit over time. I think it's fine. Are we going to break something, or are we going to expand the market? Is the question.
I think that the key thing is evolution and revolution means change, right? I mean, it's inevitable, and so you're going to have to change, or change is going to pass you by. So, you need to start thinking of, I'm not just building a Wi-Fi network, I'm building a use case, I'm building services, I'm building capabilities. And you need to be thinking that if you're an OEM, if you're a device manufacturer, and especially if you're a service provider. People want connectivity in more ways than they've had it before. They want everything to be connected. And, it's lights, it's us, it's our bodies, it's our cities, it's everything. We're trying to create smart environments, and that requires us to have some changes. And so be ready for it and be a part of it instead of sitting back waiting for it to pass you by. And so that's always been my case, and the way I believe we should be operating together.
Beautifully spoken, sir. And that's going to be the last word for this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Derek Peterson, CTO of Boingo, and Dan Rabinowitz, he's VP of Facebook Connectivity. Thank you so much to you both, and please come back. Hopefully I'll see you sometime soon in person, which is what I'm really looking forward to. But anyway, we'll get to that. And we're going to move straight on to the next session, which is, in fact, the operator perspective. So the official title is the operator perspective. We want and need open Wi-Fi. Why do we want and need open Wi-Fi is the official title. And we've got a great selection of operators that are going to join us and knowledgeable people that are going to join us right now, I think. So I'm just going to introduce them one for one. We've got Daniel Brouwer. He's a VP of Technology Business Operations / Development at Deutsche Telekom. There's Daniel. I wasn't sure I was on. Daniel, good to meet you. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay, good. Super.
Okay. And we've got Jonathan Angel. He is Managing Director of iBrowse. Jonathan, I can see you. Can I hear you as well? There you are.
I hope you can.
There you are. Yes, very good. We've got Leanne De Circa. She's Senior Manager, MTN Group Enterprise Unit at MTN. Leanne, great to see you.
Hello, everybody. Afternoon.
Very good. And finally, Mark Kinlan. He's VP of Connectivity and B2B Development at Liberty Global. Hello, Mark. Good to see you.
Hey, Klaus. Yeah, nice to see you. Nice to be here.
Very good. So welcome to all of you. We're going to have a discussion about how Open Wi-Fi essentially, why you've chosen to be part of this and so on. And we'll get into hopefully some detail about this. Maybe just, let's just do the rounds and maybe just quickly tell us about your role and essentially why you've chosen to join this initiative. Daniel, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. It's very, very simple in reality for Deutsche Telekom. I mean, when we take a look at it, first of all, we've been supporting this in TIP since the beginning. And when we take a look at Wi-Fi as being one of the wireless technologies to bridge the very last meters that we have going, of course, that is especially true for our residential customers. Therefore, take care about improvements of our Wi-Fi technology is mandatory for us.
Mm-hmm.
And Wi-Fi 6, you know, when you take a look at the standardization, is the very next welcome logical next steps. It is just the only logical thing for us to do.
Mm-hmm.
With that, I'll hand it over to my colleagues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Mark, do you want to comment on why you? Well, first of all, introduce your role perhaps at Liberty Global and why you've chosen to take part in this. I know you guys are relatively new to the initiative at this time.
Yeah, thanks, Klaus. Yeah, so I lead the development and delivery activities in Liberty for our opcos around Europe on the consumer and the B2B side from a connectivity point of view. And I think, as you say, our involvement is in its early stages. But when I think of the journey we've been on over the last few years, and look, we've been bitten a few times by standards that haven't quite ended up where we thought they would. So I think from a getting beyond the table stakes of a good Wi-Fi service for our customers, mm-hmm. and getting to the next level of innovation in terms of what we provide to our customers above and beyond good Wi-Fi is where we're trying to get to. And I think that requires more than we've got today in terms of some of the standards to get there. And mm-hmm. you know, we've done some work and forced to do some work ourselves over the years in terms of creating our, if you like, our own approach architecturally. Mm-hmm. But we would love to not do that. You know, it drives too much cost and time. You know, so we're all in this sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And Jonathan Angel of Eyebrows. Eyebrows stands out a little bit in this context because you provide nice services. I think you provide guest Wi-Fi, and you can tell us maybe a little bit about, you know, from your perspective, how you see this as providing value for your business.
Sure. Yeah, Eyebrows is a internet service provider with a small I. That means we do a little bit of internet. That's a byproduct for us. But most of what we do are L3 VPN, private networks for linking sites securely to their private clouds, telephony, and managed guest Wi-Fi. And the managed guest Wi-Fi, it's incredibly important for our customers because we deal with a lot of hotel hospitality customers. And you know what it is in a hotel these days. You go into a hotel, if the Wi-Fi sucks, you walk. It's just become an essential utility. I mean, I remember traveling in Europe and baths were an option once upon a time. It's just a standard. And I think Wi-Fi has happened. It's the same thing with Wi-Fi that's happened today. And what we're facing, and we're not alone, I think everybody is facing this, is an expectation that the Wi-Fi is going to work all the time, that's going to work really well, and the speeds are going to be higher. And in a hospitality environment, well, you used to throw up an access point in the corridor and hope it would cover, 4 rooms, maybe, you cross your fingers. But that's not good enough anymore. And now we're heading to an access point in every room, and cost is an issue. And vendor lock-in is an issue because you're going to have to manage 4, 5, 6 times as many access points. You've just got to drive down the cost of managing those access points, and you've just got to manage a whole lot more of them. And that's where we see OpenWiFi coming in.
I think the cost issue is a huge one, and we're going to return to that in a moment. I just want to give Leanne a chance to speak on why MTN finds this initiative important. Otherwise, I'm assuming you wouldn't be here, Leanne. So go ahead and tell us why you've chosen to join.
Yeah, thanks, Klaus, and thanks to everybody else on their views. Very complimentary to that. So MTN, obviously being an operator out of the African region, multiple markets, multiple requirements from different customers. It's, Wi-Fi, in my view, has become almost the air we breathe in our markets, right? So, any access or connectivity for our customers is key. We're looking at both consumers and enterprises and the demands from them, in this digital age, in the abundance of services that they consume every day is really how do we bring that service faster, quicker, and at the right price points for them as well. And the key for us on open Wi-Fi is really just the open nature of it. It gives us the ability to lead in future network innovation. So really just allowing the operators to design and be part of that story. We bring the customer with us on those journeys. And I think for us, it's just key to have that diversity and also just the choice. So flexibility of being able to look at use cases as opposed to the traditional kind of clunky product models we've had in the past. Definitely in our region, we command that, right? So we have customers wanting, basic services or sophisticated ones, and we find the ability within programs like the open Wi-Fi to really just get down to the nuts and bolts of those problems and how do we start to solve those collectively.
Excellent. Do you believe that something like this will be able to drive the costs down? We had the discussion before with Dan Rivett's Facebook connectivity. They do a lot of work on this. Will it make a more affordable connectivity available in your region in Africa?
Yeah, so we believe that through exploring opportunities like open Wi-Fi, you open yourself up to, like I mentioned, choices. So I think Jonathan mentioned that also about, different vendors working together in unison and solving common problems that we've had in the past. So we found traditionally they're quite restrictive in some of the use cases. So our ability to scale, from basic users all the way to sophisticated multi-case enterprise managed services has not always been easy. So sometimes the TCO, the ability to invest in one technology that scales. So often are we really, is there a need to master everything, but can we leverage on each other's strengths? So I definitely believe it can lead to cost efficient optimization in that way as well.
Daniel, let me ask you a couple of things. First of all, Deutsche Telekom has a leadership role, in fact, in this program, right? And so is it fair to say that you obviously investing significant resources in this and taking a leadership role, that it has strategic importance for the company? Is that a fair statement, you think?
Absolutely, yeah. And with respect to the many technologies, it was mentioned a minute ago also by their colleague, we really would like to overcome any vendor lock-in, yeah? Also to be more flexible and faster, and I think everybody knows vendor lock-ins are devastating at times. That also applies for our Wi-Fi, and our tip open Wi-Fi is important for us for driving that goal. That's why we're really in the tip open Wi-Fi. We see the importance of it, and we really want to be in the driver's seat. Nobody wants to be sitting in the back seat here. We want to drive this technology and ensure it. In the end, we have to provide a high-quality Wi-Fi for very different scenarios, like residential, enterprise, so that the underlying architectures must be flexible. We are happy to influence things in that direction, and being a co-chair of this project, we have kicked off the first trials to evaluate open Wi-Fi solutions using the test plan framework from TIP.
Interesting. And in your estimation, are you looking at potentially applying open Wi-Fi architectures to multiple segments? I mean, we're talking about, I know you're obviously very strong in the residential segment. There's the enterprise. There's even, certain parts of enterprise like industrial and so on. Do you think it would apply even to that extent into these separate verticals?
Yes, we do. Yeah, definitely.
Very good.
We see it. Go ahead.
So go ahead, Dan.
No, go ahead. I'm finished.
All right. Okay. Mark, maybe just comment on where do you think that the benefits of open Wi-Fi will shine most? I mean, you even talked about you've been involved in the past in trying to specify your own architecture and so on. Do you think it will apply as well, for example, in the enterprise segment, as it will for home and residential, for example? If that applies to you, I don't know what your thinking is on this, so please enlighten us.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we, as I alluded to, and as you mentioned there, yeah, we some years ago we developed our own own Wi-Fi architecture to make sure that regardless of the endpoint, regardless of the AP, regardless of the clients, we can start to aggregate together, both across our footprints in Europe and also actually with some partners in the US to create that sort of community. And in fact, we call it community Wi-Fi from a product and consumer point of view. Mm-hmm. But you know, ideally we don't want to do that. Ideally, we want to rely on standards. One of my team would say standards are better than better, and that's definitely the case, you know. And for us also from a Liberty point of view, anyone who knows Liberty knows that we tend to sort of reshape and reform every few years, and M&A is in our DNA. And when we talk about M&A and mergers and new JVs, as we've got with O2 in the UK, Sunrise in Switzerland, fixed and mobile assets coming together, what's really important to us is the speed with which we can deliver common services and get to scale. And that means, you know, getting rid of these bespoke services which are vendor specific. And I think maybe just the last point, Klaus, is, you know, we're probably all in different ways feeling the pain in the silicon supply chain.
That's right.
And who knows how long that's going to be with us, but I suspect longer than we think. And you know, for sure, having optionality there at the end of our network is important, and I think that's Open Wi-Fi is going to help. Yeah.
Very good. Let me turn once again to Jonathan. I think so. Jonathan, it sounds mostly to me like you're looking for simplicity, right, in the management of the network and cost reduction, essentially. But what about things like innovation in services? Could you imagine, for example, inviting new vendors, hopefully that will emerge, and we have some of them on the program today, to plug into your service infrastructure, so to speak, to provide additional services like security, or it could be motion detection, it could be any number of new things. Could you imagine that?
The truth is, we do it already. I mean, that's part of our business. You know, in many properties that we provide service for, we run the network for everything they do.
Right.
And we're kind of used to people calling up our support and saying, I want to plug this in. Where do I connect it? That's on the wired part of it. Now it's, you know, can you give me the password so I can access the Wi-Fi network? So yes, I think that's part and parcel. I mean, obviously we're thinking of IoT as well. We're thinking beyond Wi-Fi, not just Wi-Fi devices. But I think there's another angle. We talked about the 5G. That was a theme that was running before.
Yes.
I think there is an underlying fear or anxiety that we have, is of having hundreds of thousands of access points out in the field and waking up one day and saying, oh shit, there's a piece of functionality we can't meet and our vendor doesn't want to support it. How are we going to deal with this? Do we have to go and put a replacement program in place to go and replace those access points and renegotiate commercial terms, or can we just push a software update? And I think underlying, we're just afraid of that.
That is a very good point, sir. Leanne, you want to comment on that? Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, I think it's really important, I guess, to Jonathan's point, is that, you know, the explosion of Wi-Fi is not just that as a connectivity medium, but what will it mean for all of these other vertical services? So specifically for us in MTN on the enterprise side, we have an abundance of growth coming from enterprise services, the ability to cloudification, applications, IoT, the AI elements. And, you know, where we see the harmony between those two technologies is that customers are requiring that kind of mobile first experience from us. So they know what that high speed, on demand feels like in their hands. And we now need to be able to really be creative, innovate together to be able to see how do we allow 5G and Wi-Fi to really integrate and coexist, right? So for me, they are two avenues. They're both essential tools, taking that forward, especially from an M&O perspective, where we see those, you know, existing in unison in how we service customers. I think further to add to it in terms of the advantage for us is we really need to find ways to integrate quicker. So, you know, with the abundance of so many different solutions and third-party applications, and you spoke, Klaus, about vertical use cases.
Right.
That's where that sophistication of thinking and speed is really going to come back to the service provider, right? So we're going to have those answers for our customers. As simple as Jonathan said, you know, it's sometimes as simple as, you know, help me, you know, plug and play this device. But, you know, there is the intricacies of dealing with small businesses all the way up to the larger enterprises, and they're seeking that agility. They are seeking that scale. So, you know, how do we really ensure that if a customer is roaming from, you know, one location to another, you know, with so many moving parts in the industry now, with location of where people are, whether consumers or enterprises are in one location or not, is they don't want to feel their technology change. They want to feel that they're in, you know, they're accessing this internet, it's high speed, it's, you know, the quality of it is what they require. And it's really up to us to be able to work through all of these different channels to get that right. So I see us working really well across the ecosystem. Maybe historically we've all had our own roles, you know, and kind of protected those. And yeah, to Jonathan's point, it comes with its own inherent fears, I guess, in different aspects for all of us. But what I think is exciting about this is the opportunity to kind of really start forging that change, right? So how do we start to simplistically communicate it down to customers and really take them on the journey with us, as opposed to building things and then hoping it'll retrofit in time?
Beautifully spoken, Leanne. Very good answer. Thank you so much for that. We need to talk a little bit about the relationship between Wi-Fi and 5G. I kind of feel compelled to do that a little bit. I think probably most of you will agree that the initial hype that we've had for years around 5G has subsided, at least for the time being. But of course, it's still a very important part of the infrastructure evolution that we're now experiencing and so on. And Open Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi in general, with Wi-Fi 6 and 16 and so forth, is also there. So the question is, how do you see the relationship or the convergence or the synergy or whatever you want to call it between the two, between the Wi-Fi side of things now with Open Wi-Fi, which I think is a very important, we're now at a transformative point, and 5G services, 5G infrastructure. How do you see the two fit together? Is Open Wi-Fi going to make it easier, better for these technologies to come together as a coherent whole, or what will happen in this respect? I think Daniel, if you want to start, you're welcome.
Sure, no problem. I mean, you can imagine the discussions by us where 5G and Wi-Fi, do you still need Wi-Fi with 5G? I mean, we've had these for a long time, but DT sees both 5G and Wi-Fi technologies really as complementary, yeah? Our approach is to orchestrate the right technology mix to solve the problems of the customer and to optimize the connectivity for the consumers, also by interworking of the technologies. Yeah, I mean, in addition to the TIP Open Wi-Fi, we're working on Wi-Fi scoring to make 5G and Wi-Fi interworking much better and smarter. And this is not something that's going away. And I think, let's say, all the rumors you hear, 5G is taking over and Wi-Fi is going to disappear. This is definitely not our opinion as DT.
Very good. Mark, you want to comment on the role of Wi-Fi versus 5G and that relationship, if you will? Now, in the context of Wi-Fi, of course. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I think for us, yeah, I think per all the comments so far today, it's about how do they complement each other, and you know, the right bearer for the right point in time, and the right user experience and location, and you know, we've had some sort of shots at that over the years with AMDSF and, you know, always best connected, and you know, we've had to sort of back off with that over time and put other sort of mechanisms in place. But you know, for us, it's about using both technologies in the right place. I think getting from an Open Wi-Fi point of view, making that frictionless for the customer, seamless, is key. That's what I think. That's what we're hoping and expecting, and allows us to, I think, back off some of the bespoke technologies that we've developed to make that easy for the customer. For us in all of our markets, again, not a surprise. You know, we're moving to fixed mobile converged operators, and of course that's not something that we're doing alone in the industry. It's pretty common. from an asset point of view, and an upside on the revenue and efficiency in the background infrastructure. So, but look, I mean, yeah, once we get to that standard seamless setup, which I sort of, that's where I see the opportunity for Open Wi-Fi, allowing us to do that in a standard way rather than a bespoke way. And to some of the comments earlier, I think from Dan and Derek as well, wouldn't underestimate the cost of having to design, test, and validate, let alone trying to get the unit economics of the end devices, APs. But getting to a standard way and not having to redevelop for the first time, test and validation, including for handover, I think it is really important to getting frictionless economic services out there, and that's I think that's where Open Wi-Fi can help for sure.
Yeah, So in other words, do you think that Open Wi-Fi may actually, in fact, in this case, accelerate the move towards convergence? I mean, is that a reasonable thing to expect? Perhaps?
For sure. I mean, like any operator, when we're looking at our sort of capital and investment plans, it's trying to really drive convergence in a frictionless way for the customer. Today doesn't come cheap, and I think trying to get that standardized is a really big step. Yeah.
Very good. Jonathan, do you want to comment on the role of 5G versus Wi-Fi seen from your perspective? Specifically, of course, in relation to what we're doing now with the Open Wi-Fi initiative?
I'm sure I want to be very blunt about it.
Okay, go ahead, please.
If you permit. And when we're talking about hotels, and we look at some of the, a lot of the builds that have gone up recently, they appear as big Faraday cages. And the radio from outside really doesn't propagate into the properties very well. So yeah, 5G, that's good, but that's fine when you're in the street. That's fine when you're outdoors. And you get inside and it degrades severely. But hold on, there's a Wi-Fi access point in the room that's got really good coverage. And at the same time, judging by the interest of the mobile carriers, we see all these stories about, Wi-Fi offload and backhaul, which means that they're worried about how to maintain service quality inside buildings. Right. So it really does feel that there is a joining of interests from the mobile carriers who want to make sure their subscribers have a good experience, whatever the technology.
And we have more industry developments fueling this. We now have, in some countries, 1.2 gigahertz of additional spectrum that you can use indoors. In the UK, somewhat less and so on, but that's also part of the story, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we see a future where the two cohabitate. But, as we have all found, there is a little grain of sand in the works.
Yes.
Exactly. I'm afraid to say, because a number of our engineers spend lots of time optimizing and tweaking captive portals or what we call flash pages. And I think the feeling from all is their days need to be numbered, and they need to go away at some point. And if you're a regular roaming user, you just need it to be transparent.
You're not the only one to think so. So let's leave it at that. Definitely yes. Leanne, just comment very quickly on the role. I think you talked about it already. We'll just give you one more minute to talk about it. A role of 5G versus Wi-Fi from your point of view, from an African point of view, perhaps, or South African point of view.
Yeah, so maybe just adding on to the previous points I shared. I think for us, as I mentioned, really both technologies have their purpose. What's cool for us is just coverage, really, and the ability to connect across various environments. So I think, Klaus, you called out a really good point, is that we're seeing that evolution on a global side of more spectrum bands being open, the ability to flex out a lot of technology. But, when we look at the realities in a region like Africa, where there is constraints around coverage, there is constraints around some of the ability to access, spectrum, the ability to deploy solutions quickly, we still believe Wi-Fi and even Open Wi-Fi can really bring about the quick ability to have that wireless broadband deployed, cutting down for months and months of heavy lifting in projects to being able to do that in a really quick turnaround time. So what's key for us is that we want to ensure that all of our customers are connected, regardless of location, regardless of environments that they're in. And that's where we really see both working hand in hand. I think to Jonathan's point as well, it's really also a lot of that use case as well. So where is it appropriate to use both the 5G and the Wi-Fi? And Open Wi-Fi is going to open that up a lot for us, right? So we won't have to be so locked in to one being the technology in one region, but we could use it interchangeably.
Very good. We're actually out of time, but there's a couple of questions that just came in, and I unfortunately missed them. I only saw them now, but I think maybe we can cover them fairly quickly. The first question is, Hotspot 2.0 has been around for many years, but adoption seems to have been slow. Why is that, and does Open Wi-Fi help move along Hotspot 2 or a variant of that? Does somebody want to speak on that issue? Any of you? Nobody? Mark?
I don't know. I mean, from what we've, yeah, I think whether it's Passport, Hotspot 2.0, I think there was insufficient buy-in, frankly, from Android and Google. I think that's been the stumbling block. And I think any of these initiatives that we look at here, we probably, we just got to bear that in mind. You've got to have, you got to have them at the table, or you've got to make sure you're not dependent, which is how we've tried to get around that. Yeah.
Another audience question. This is going to be the last question because we're a little bit over time, but somebody, and it's easier, I think. If 5G becomes a standard all across in cities with speeds exceeding 1 gigabits per second, how do you see the future, any need of any open Wi-Fi service? And I think probably Jonathan already alluded in part that how are you going to get that indoors? Anyone want to talk around that? I think we probably answered that already. Yan, any last comment on that? We're still going to need Wi-Fi, right? Everywhere, indoors at the very least.
I mean, we firmly believe that they complement each other, and you're always going to need it there at the last mile, or the last kilometer. So, I mean, there's always going to be scenarios where we have to use both. Not one will take over, and 5G will not take over for everything. So I just basically what Jonathan said, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So exactly. So that's going to be the last word for this session. I want to thank all of you. Great discussion here, and thanks to all of you for taking the time for joining us. I hope to see you again at yet another Open Wi-Fi event, and I wish you lots of luck with the project and the initiative, and congratulations with the launch. And thanks everybody, and see you next time. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So as far as I know, we're on to the next segment, which is segment 3, in fact, or session 3, I should say. And in this session, we'll be speaking to hardware providers, and we'll be talking about the supply chain for the Open Wi-Fi project or initiative as such. And once again, we've got some fantastic folks here to speak with on this topic. Let me just introduce them quickly, and then we're going to do the rounds. First of all, Edgar Masri, he's CEO of Acton Group. Edgar, are you with us? I hope he's with us.
Yes, Klaus, I'm here. Excited to be with you all the way from Taiwan.
All the way from Taiwan. Oh, there you are. Are you in the corner there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is you. Very good.
Great to be with you and the rest of the Open Wi-Fi team here.
Great to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we'll get you introducing, and we'll ask you questions in a second. I just need to introduce everybody else. So then there's Tom Rao. He's Senior Business Development Manager of CIG. I kind of think he's also long distance. Is Tom with us? There he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, Tom. Good to see you, and thanks for coming on. And last but certainly not least, we've got Nick Kucharevsky, Vice President and General Manager, Wireless Infrastructure Networking at Qualcomm Technology. Nick, good to see you.
Good morning. Great to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for coming on. And I don't know if you've been following the previous proceedings and so on, but we've had a lot of really good discussions here. So we think we're going to continue that with you gentlemen here, talking about hardware and obviously also platforms, chips and platforms. In this case, as part of the story for the Open Wi-Fi opportunity that has been launched today. So maybe just let's do the rounds first. Maybe just quickly, we can start with you, Edgar. Introduce yourself and also just give us a quick view of why you've chosen to become part of the Open Wi-Fi initiative at Acton.
Yes. So I'm the CEO of Acton. It's a public company based in Taiwan. And we chose to be fully part of Open Wi-Fi because our EdgeCore brand of products has all along been focused on offering customers control, flexibility, and ability to choose among a large set of applications. And we feel that by focusing on the hardware and having something that's certified by TIP, we can deliver on these options for the customer.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Tom, Rao, do you want to briefly introduce yourself and also tell us a little bit about why you've chosen to get involved in this?
Sure. I'm the Senior Business Development Director at CIG, so I'm actually based out of Santa Clara, California,
okay.
Kind of local. But we built a wide range of Wi-Fi access point, and in our experiences, when you try to build a hardware, you have to worry about a lot of other things: the software, the cloud, the ecosystem, who's target market, everything. I think by being part of TIP really simplifies a lot of things. It allows us to be the best of who we can be, which is to build the best of breed wireless products. This really frees up a lot of resources and allow us to focus very clearly on what is needed. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the primary reason why we joined TIP Open Wi-Fi, and it's really encouraging to see a lot of the input and the initiatives in the industry, the community. So we're very, very encouraged.
So you're excited about being part of this, right? Is my understanding. Yeah, great. Nick, are you excited to be being part of this? And why did you at Qualcomm choose to jump in here?
Yes. So as you may know, Qualcomm is among the world's leading suppliers for Wi-Fi solutions for both networking and client devices. We have shipped over 4.5 billion chipsets over the last 2 decades. And with Open Wi-Fi, we've been a supporter for Open Wi-Fi solutions for many years. Actually, we've been making open drivers available to the developer community, and we have many solutions already shipping in production with those drivers. But historically, our work in this area has been focused on the retail market. With TIP, we see this great opportunity to expand these initiatives to enterprise Wi-Fi and also to deliver solutions to service providers that meet the needs for operating at scale, where there are significant new set of requirements for manageability and deployment.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And I want to ask you as well, and I think we went through that as well, Edgar, but let me ask, do you consider this an opportunity to expand the total addressable market is really the question. And maybe I'll want to address Nick, ask Nick this question first. Presumably you do. This is an additional business for you, right?
Yes, absolutely. We see this as an opportunity to expand and to grow the potential market, because some of the innovations developed by the partners will provide new technical solutions and also business model innovations, which ultimately just means people will be able to deploy solutions who might have chosen a different solution. So we see this as providing more choice, which will attract more to purchase enterprise class hardware or carrier class hardware in order to solve their particular network needs.
And Edgar, do you agree with that? Do you think that this will, presumably you believe as well that this will grow your business essentially. I mean, this will not reduce, it won't cannibalize something else. It will actually grow the total addressable market.
Absolutely, and we already have stories. Last month we announced again through TIP the AfroCell win, and that's again because of the open architecture that customers insisted on having. It happened in that case to be 5G, but the same thing happened with Wi-Fi, and that's why we have the most TIP Open Wi-Fi AP certified, because it's going to make it easier for customers to choose ours, because they know that it's blessed by TIP, and therefore it's going to be compatible with whatever software they will be put on top of it and the applications that support it.
Mm-hmm. Very good point, because I also think a big part, important part of this community is being able to have the equipment interoperability certified, in a sense. Do you agree with that, Edgar?
Right. Yes, and we're so happy to see companies like Candela, which is.
We might have lost Edgar. Tom, maybe talk to me a little bit about the importance of having TIP certify these products, or for interoperability in this case.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important. CIG, we've always been a believer of open Wi-Fi system. I mean, we build equipment for a lot of different top-tier vendors in the industry. So we see a lot of locked-in, and we see a lot of issues with vendors having customers being captive and so on. So we really believe in being able to have a open and disaggregated network. And that's basically one of the reasons why we joined TIP to promote this.
Nick, you want to comment on that? The interoperability issue?
Sure,
obviously it's important for this industry.
Absolutely. In our view, interoperability certification addresses one of the key challenges with open platform development. Because when you're talking about an open platform, you have a lot of contributors, you have a lot of new innovations coming in, but that can tend to splinter the solutions. And when you're talking about networking, it's important for all the equipment to work together, but also to be able to be managed as a single unified whole. And the only way you can do that is to ensure you've done some form of interoperability testing between those devices to ensure that when you're innovating, you can then bring those innovations back into the pool. And when it comes to networking, that means having those devices work together and be managed in a unified way.
And another question is about the of whether we will be able, as a community or as an industry, to create, if not enough diversity in hardware, enough choice, so as to make this attractive for enterprises and for service providers, right? Because at this time, service providers or anyone who wants a Wi-Fi network is used to pick from many different locked-in systems, essentially. But at least they have a choice of various grades of hardware, so to speak. So, Tom, maybe comment on this. I mean, will there be a similar market for open Wi-Fi compatible access points that also address different market tiers, for example? Do you see it that as an opportunity?
Absolutely. That is why we already have a wide range of high performance access points, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, indoor, outdoor. We actually go all the way from 2x2 all the way to 8x8. And we have dual band, and we're coming out with tri-band, and from Wi-Fi 6, we're moving to Wi-Fi 6E very soon, with the support of PIC, of course. And we try to also open up as much as possible the different types of equipment. So this is an initiative we absolutely believe in, and we want to support wholeheartedly.
So you think there's going to be, so to speak, affordable units as well as
yes.
And what would differentiate? I mean, the differentiator might be outdoor, it might be high orders of MIMO, all of this, right? Similar to what we have today. All of the above.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So we have very, very cost-effective 2x2 Wi-Fi's dual band, and we have very, very high performance state-of-the-art 8x8. I don't think that not too many people in the industry has it, and we're not even satisfied with that type of diversity. We're trying to look at tri-band Wi-Fi 6E very soon. So we're trying to always push the envelope.
And all within the open Wi-Fi network.
Yes. And that goes back to my original topic, where open Wi-Fi really free us to be who we are, to be the best of who we can be, and this is evidence of it. So
right. And Edgar, maybe comment on that, the availability of a wide selection, because this is essentially what we want for this initiative to thrive, right? We want a wide selection of hardware that is different performance classes, presumably, as well as for various use cases and so forth. Do you believe we're going to get this with Open Wi-Fi? And how are you?
Absolutely. I mean, again, customers don't ask for specific 2x2 or 8x8, but as Tom said, they ask about indoor versus outdoor. They ask for high density. They ask for hospitality. They say, well, LTE. So that's why we were the first to offer 5 models to the TIP Open Wi-Fi, and we're contributing another 10. Because again, it's this diversity that helps customer feel comfortable going with an open architecture as opposed to going in and looking for something that's totally customized.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Nick, perhaps comment on that. That basically means that your entire platform range applies as well to this as to anything else, really.
Sure, absolutely. And I think this speaks to one of the challenges that customers see when they're designing an enterprise network or a carrier network, in that you have to view that as a long-term decision, because you're talking about deciding not only for the equipment you buy today, but also what you'll get years down the road. But then you shift to TIP in the Open Wi-Fi solution, and here you're actually making a decision to choose the platform as opposed to choosing any one given vendor. And that's really a different way of looking at it. So that allows you to actually commit to a direction, but then you can pick and choose the right innovative platform at a given point in time. So that means for a company like Qualcomm, we can bring out products that can actually go into an existing network platform. And in the past, that may not have been possible. We would rely on specific OEMs to have made a decision to commit to those technologies. So it really opens up the market where you can build on top of networks that customers have already begun to deploy.
It's transformative, right? In that sense, it's a completely new way of thinking when you start, specifying your Wi-Fi network and deploying it and so forth, because there's a tremendous degree of flexibility built in, essentially, once you start down that road, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit, perhaps, any of you, I'm going to start with you, Tom, about what you think might be the most important verticals or segments. And we talked, I think, in the initial session a lot about this, and I think a lot of folks believe that service providers will be in a very good position because they need scale and so forth and manageability. But there's also enterprise type, management type applications in this that would benefit for Open Wi-Fi. Do you have a view on what you think are the hottest segments or verticals for Open Wi-Fi right now, Tom?
I think a very good segment really is enterprise as well, because a lot of people don't realize the pain that enterprises go through when they have to choose a specific product, and they don't have the clout and they don't have the flexibility to be able to look at what is best for their enterprise, because they're just like a 20-person little company, or maybe even 100 people. It's still a tiny grain in the sand in the whole ecosystem, right? So I think by opening this up, it allows anyone, not just the service provider, but the small enterprises, the mom and pop shops, everybody, to enjoy the same benefits that previously only with scale that you can enjoy. So I think this is a really game changer in the industry, where now the playing field is pretty much level. So I think
right, because in principle the platform is the same, whether it's at mom and pop or whatever it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Edgar, maybe comment on that. What do you think of the hottest segments?
Yeah, I mean, Nick mentioned it, Tom mentioned it, the enterprise, but specifically within the enterprise, Klaus, where it is transformative, and I'm using your word, is for retailers, because retailers actually have basically the combination of a large company and yet thousands of small stores. This is talking about the Walmart, the Target, the Amazon Go, the Whole Food, and you name it. And this is where Wi-Fi 6, but specifically with Open Wi-Fi, they can go and then deploy it within thousands of stores and feeling comfortable that the communication will be seamless.
Correct, because that has been a major challenge, I think, since the beginning of the Wi-Fi industry to actually manage something like that, right? And probably many would agree that the Wi-Fi networking was not initially designed for really big scale. At least it wasn't exactly perhaps thought into the architecture at that time. But we're now doing it as Open Wi-Fi. So, in terms of the power of, I like this word, power of community. You guys are going to be working together, right? Also as pseudo competitors, maybe in some cases, right? But you're happy to do this, Tom, for example.
Sure.
We're honored to be working with Qualcomm, and it's actually because of Open Wi-Fi that we established a stronger partnership, whereas before we were not really that focused on building around that set. And the relationship has been actually facilitated through TIP and then been blossoming thanks to TIP. So thank you, Nick, for all the contribution your company is doing for our platform, the Fix 15 so far.
Right, Nick, and you're good. I mean, you guys might also wind up working, or to some extent cooperating with competitors and so on. Assuming that more platform vendors might become interested in this. I mean, you're good with that, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we can look to other precedents in the industry where there have been open platforms, open communities that have established interoperability requirements, established basically an ecosystem of players, and then competitors can all participate in that with kind of the ground rules that have been laid out by those consortia. And I think we have a number of good examples within compute, within wired networking, and those things work and they ultimately drive innovation, where at the same time there's plenty of opportunities for a silicon or a software provider to innovate within those boundaries. So it's exciting, and I think it's going to drive a lot of innovation and opportunities to differentiate.
Yeah, and also perhaps opening up for new partnerships. I think I understand there's one fairly new one going on there, and Tom, perhaps also for you, opportunity to partner with vendors that are perhaps complementary to what you do. Those should flourish, in fact, as a part of the Open Wi-Fi community, right? Do you agree?
Absolutely. CIG has been involved in a lot of open initiative, open compute, and other things, and we very much valued the contribution of all of the partners within the community. It's such a refreshing feeling when you have everybody pitch in and don't have to worry about stabbing your back and so on. It is for the good of the whole industry.
Okay, very good. We do have to touch on this subject, which is slightly painful probably for all of us, but it has to do with the silicon shortage, and I guess it's no secret that that's happening at the moment. So maybe each of you talk to us a little bit about how you're preparing for this and what the impact may be and how to deal with this issue. Maybe Nick, you want to start with that one, or Edgar, you can do that as well.
So I could start.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think what's interesting here is that there are several elements within Open Wi-Fi that have the potential to help our customers in a constrained supply situation. And it really comes down to those concepts of open hardware and interoperability that you had mentioned before. With open hardware, you have the opportunity for multiple hardware providers to deliver a system that runs the network operating system you're looking to run. And then with vendor interoperability, you have the option to choose between multiple different systems that will all work together in your network. Well, both of these things mean that you can actually complete your network designs, or you can complete your platform design using what's available from the consortium. So if your initial plan was to use this product, but it might not be available for another week or something, then you can go and look at another alternative. And that gives you flexibility that you really didn't have in the past. So I think it's great for this type of situation and preparing for the future.
No, that is a very good point. Tom, what are you guys doing to circumvent or to deal with it somehow?
Well, we can't build devices without the core chipset, right? There is no way around that. So we're just like everybody in the industry. We've been feeling the pain for many months now, and we could really use Nick's prioritization of open Wi-Fi chipsets, honestly. We can't always ask our customer to wait 52 weeks to have their product delivered. We're doing everything we can to mitigate the situation, but we're not magicians. We can't pull a rabbit out of the hair for chipset. So I think that's really the bottleneck, the gating factor, and we hope that all of the chipset vendors that's listening to this really could prioritize on open Wi-Fi chipsets and help to make this initiative a success.
Very good. Edgar, you want to comment on the?
Yeah, just to add a little bit. Yeah, this is painful. And the way we've been addressing it is, sometimes through just very raw actions, like going on the spot market and paying more for some parts. Also, it meant carrying more inventory, because if an AP is made of 40 components and you have access to 30, and you have to wait for the 10, you cannot wait for the 30. You just have to get them in your factory and then get the other 10. But then Nick made an excellent point. When without open Wi-Fi, you start having to think about a second source design. Here, you have from the get-go a second source design available, because you can go to another party. I'm talking about the customer going to another open Wi-Fi certified solution, whether from the same vendor, from a different vendor. That's the power of open Wi-Fi, and I hope it's mitigating some of those issues of component shortage.
Very good. Does anybody have an outlook on what's going on with that? Because I actually don't, but I'm hoping obviously that this terrible situation ends as quickly as possible. Everybody wants to comment and go ahead. Otherwise, I have other questions.
It's best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. This may take a couple of years. People are bringing factories and assembly lines in parallel, so it may be less. I think Nick or Tom may have more comments, but we are preparing for this to be at least a couple of years.
Totally agree.
Go ahead.
No, I said I agree with Edgar. This is not a short-term situation. We're prepared for the long haul for this.
Okay. So let's maybe just touch on how you see the future for this initiative, and what your vision is if you imagine coming back to a similar event maybe in a year or two. What do you hope or expect will have happened in the meantime in terms of progress for your business, in relation to open Wi-Fi? Does anybody want to take that? How do you see it going forward, Nick, for example?
So I think for the next year, the first focus is going to be on volume field deployments, really launching the platforms and getting it established in the market. Because a consortium like this, it's really built on scale. And as you have more participants, as you have more customers, as you have more vendors, that just continues to grow and to drive growth. And it expands from there. So that's, I think, really the initial focus. But then from there, I think we can start to look at what are some of the innovations that we can do building on top of this established baseline platform, both in terms of feature set, but also in terms of business model. I think there are opportunities to look at new commercial models once you have this platform and can build on that. And then finally, I'd say Wi-Fi 7 is something that we can really look at here. When we look at a new standards-based technology, when we look at those as building blocks, how can we use those new things to really drive a new and interesting way to build a network? And when you look at something like open Wi-Fi, that's the perfect opportunity to do that, to take those standard-based components and then to drive innovation at the product and the network level.
Excellent answer. Tom, where would you like to be with open Wi-Fi and your business in, let's say, 1 or 2 years' time?
Well, we're already proactively looking into the future right now. So very soon, by end of this year, we hope to have our Tri-Band 6E product coming out. It's fully open Wi-Fi using Nick's chipset, and we also hopefully be able to grow the market and be able to build on top of it. By the way, not only are we building hardware, we're also looking at to do a lot more promotion of open Wi-Fi. I'm also working with a Silicon Valley wireless event organization called WCA.
Yes, I know.
So we'll have a follow-up virtual event on June 16, and we'll have more updates by then. Thank you.
So you're evangelizing a bit as well, which is good.
A little bit, yes. And want to keep the momentum alive, so to speak. And not only that, during the event, WCA will also be giving away a few open Wi-Fi access points. So if you want to get your hands on one, join us at wca.org or register your interest at CIG website.
Well done, sir, and I commend you for all your initiatives and your ambition and so on. I think it sounds great. I think we lost you for the second, but it brings up a good point, because this initiative obviously has significant resources behind it, but it also, like anything new, needs to be evangelized. The word needs to get out. People need to understand what it is, and so on. We're obviously participating in this now. Nick, perhaps as we get Edgar back. Nick, maybe can you comment? I mean, is there more stuff that we need to do in terms of spreading the word and building the community here? You're on mute there.
Sorry, thank you. So I think the key is for every individual participant to integrate the overarching marketing themes of Open Wi-Fi and to continue to drive new product announcements, because I think we're providing technical solutions, we're providing equipment or supply, but we're also providing messaging and awareness to the market. So I think each of us, with our own marketing initiatives, can drive awareness among our respective customer bases.
I totally agree with that, and I think, and by the way, we volunteer as Wi-Fi Now to spread the word, so that now it's up there. Edgar, I just wanted to, you went away there for a second. I wanted to ask you, like I have the other gentleman, what do you think we need to do? No, for the first question was, I forget what it is. I'm going to ask you about the community. What do you think we need to do as a community, perhaps, to advocate for this open Wi-Fi initiative, which is now there? I mean, should we do more?
Yeah, I think especially with the advent or proliferation of IoT and sensing, I foresee a big problem with security and cybersecurity.
Okay.
And I think whether it's software-based or hardware-assisted with artificial intelligence or just a plain security solutions, Open Wi-Fi has almost a duty to add capabilities there, because customers will not buy Wi-Fi if they don't feel secure or that a security solution is embedded into it. Excellent point. And where do you see from your point of view, from your business perspective, where would you like to be in let's say 1 or 2 years from now, as far as open Wi-Fi is concerned? We would like to be providing the hardware, especially if it's embedded into the AP, so to facilitate the deployment of security solution and cybersecurity, but also any artificial intelligence application. We see it on the wireline. We would like to see it on the Wi-Fi, and we want to enable that.
Excellent. Gentlemen, that's going to be the last word. I want to thank you all for joining us. I think this has been another excellent discussion. And I want to thank Edgar Masri, CEO of Acton, and Tom Rao, Senior Business Development Director of CIG, and of course, Nick Kuchereski, Vice President, General Manager, Qualcomm. Thank you all, gentlemen, and please come back and we'll continue this discussion once we made even more progress and lots more exciting things I'm sure are going to happen. So thank you so much, and come back and see us again, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're going to press straight on here with session number 4. And let me just check. I think we're good. I think we're good, aren't we? Yeah, I think I might have gone actually a little bit too far over time. It's okay. We'll deal with it. Session 4 is actually about software. And we have with us in this session some excellent companies working on enabling cloud scale Wi-Fi on the software side, software providers. And they are, and I hope they're ready to go, Bernard Herskovici, he's founder and CEO of NetExperience and a very important player in open Wi-Fi. Bernard, good to see you again, my friend.
Okay, good to be here.
Good. And we also have Joe Epstein, he's president and CEO of Plumeria Networks. And Plumeria, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, and you're going to have to explain to me, you're going to have your chance to tell me what Plumeria does, because this isn't one company I don't know very much about. But great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on, Joe. We also have my compatriot. He is Danish, probably from a long time ago, but he is Danish, however. His name is Mads Lindemann, and he is CEO of Bennu Networks. Welcome, Mads.
Hi, Klaus.
Hi. Yeah, I don't think we can speak Danish on the show, though.
We won't.
Yeah, we shouldn't do that. And Rishi Gare is founder and CEO of Indio Network. So welcome, everyone. So what we're going to start with here is let's do a round and just quickly introduce yourself. You're all veterans of the Wi-Fi industry, as I understand it. You've been around for a long time, so I'm excited to have you guys here. And maybe just introduce yourself and just very quickly tell us why you're getting involved in Wi-Fi, Open Wi-Fi as a project. Maybe Bernard, start.
Okay, well, thank you, Klaus. And I've been involved in Wi-Fi since it was like 1 megabit per second. And it went through kind of like successive kind of like evolution and faster and faster and better and better and better. But I've never seen an opportunity to change the industry the same way as we're seeing it now. So wow, it's been like an amazing 18-month journey. And it's so rewarding to see now that, well, Open Wi-Fi is now open for business. And what makes it special is it's a combination of what the customers want. They want the benefits of disaggregation and the technology kind of like catching up to it and being able to deliver on those benefits of disaggregation.
Mm-hmm. It's a special moment in time for the Wi-Fi industry, right?
It's totally amazing. It's amazing.
Well, it's super exciting to be a part of this. Maybe Rishi, tell us a little bit about Indio and why Indio has chosen to be part of this initiative.
Thank you and welcome, everyone. My name is Rishikesh Gare. I'm the CEO of Indio Networks. We've been in the industry for a long time, almost 16 years now, and we've seen, just like Bernard, we have seen the evolution of Wi-Fi over the years, and we've been more on the public Wi-Fi side, on the hotspots and so on. But we've also have gone more on building our own access points and our controllers. And there is always a catch-up game we had to go through. As in, we are always waiting for new features, building new features, trying to catch up with the leaders. I think Open Wi-Fi or TIP Open Wi-Fi gives us an opportunity now, a level playing field. And frankly, I come from a software domain, and I believe Open Wi-Fi is kind of a abstraction layer on whatever we built so far. For example, what Linux did to the industry, right? I believe Open Wi-Fi has a similar thing that it can do for the Wi-Fi industry. You don't really need to build the nuts and bolts anymore. You just build on top of what is there, and it's all standardized now, and we build all kinds of innovation and exciting solutions on top of TIP Open Wi-Fi. So we are quite happy to be a part of this, and we are quite excited because this is the first time when we are kind of democratizing the Wi-Fi ecosystem in a sense, building a really great systems together. So
you think this is going to be right? This is going to be a big business benefit to your product line and your business going forward. This is what you're doing, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, we can build really great value on top of whatever is there, and we really don't need to do the catch-up game anymore. No. And there are all kinds of everything that's there. As in, there's enterprise grade platform. There is quality testing that is happening. There's a community-driven approach, so there is a lot of feedback loop in the whole ecosystem. So it's really great for a company of like us. It's a really great thing, and we are more on focused on the emerging markets. So I'll get to that point later on. But I believe that this kind of ecosystem is really a boon for companies such as us that we can really quickly adopt it and take it to the market.
And Rishi, you already have, because you already provide your own Indio brand enterprise Wi-Fi system. So you're saying, in addition to that, you're happy to do the other, and you don't feel that there's necessarily any conflict between the two.
No. I think it's kind of complementary to what we are doing, because as I mentioned to you that although we have our own stack, we can really adopt a lot of good things from Open Wi-Fi. Open roaming, for example, it could be a lot of security features that are built in, and all of those can be really quickly adopted. And we believe that this ecosystem has really a big boon, as in for companies like us, because the value that we are bringing in will be substantial to our customers.
Very good. Joe Epstein, tell us. Thank you. Joe Epstein, tell us about Plumeria, I believe is the right pronunciation. Tell us about the company and why you guys are involved in Open Wi-Fi.
Great. So you'll see we're the new kids on this block, on this panel here, which is actually great. We've been around for only 2 years, but I go back a lot longer. I was one of the co-founders of Meru Networks way back in the day when controllers were first being put together and creating large-scale enterprise wireless.
Right.
And I actually took some time off from the Wi-Fi industry, but I came back because we're trying to solve one problem that until now just wasn't solvable, which is really, I think, the last unsolved problem in wireless deployment, the cost and complexity of installation. Okay. The problem with installation is that the most important decision anybody can make for their network, they make before they turn on the first radio, which is how many access points to buy and where to put them. Mm-hmm. We make those problems go away by changing the form factor, where we put thousands of access points together in these long strips, and then we change the problem from a hardware problem to a software problem, where we carve out and build the appropriate cellular network for this Wi-Fi infrastructure as the demands need, but based off of the operator's requirements. Mm-hmm. So we're really excited about Open Wi-Fi because for us, the whole concept of cloud managed Wi-Fi is huge, but it's something that should be table stakes by now. This is something that's extremely important in the core to get right. And when it first came around a decade ago, I understand why everybody had to build it from scratch. But now the idea that, and going to what Rishi's comment was, it's like Linux. Once you have an open platform out there that you can put together all of the important parts of the networking and connectivity, of the messaging, of the management, that leaves a whole new area to not have to focus on rebuilding this and frankly doing something I think is pretty bad, which is locking customers in to the specific ways that everybody does exactly the same ultimate function. Instead, by having one platform out there, now all of the different vendors can innovate on top and solve real customer problems, real customer pain, not instead kind of jockey for position to see, do you like my view of the same cloud infrastructure that this other system has? So I think it puts everybody in a great spot to allow the Wi-Fi industry to finally move forward into solving some of these last problems.
Excellent commentary. I agree with you totally on that. Mads Lilulov from Bennu Networks. I haven't seen you for a long time, unfortunately, because I don't get to travel anymore, like so many other people. But it's great to see you. And Bennu Networks, of course, famous for some very big clients, by the way. But tell us a little bit about, give us an introduction to Bennu, and then also why you decided to get involved in this.
Yeah, so I'm the CEO of Bennu Networks, but I've been involved with Wi-Fi as my compatriots here on this panel for a long time. Back living in Brussels when Waveland was out of the Bell Labs, we were actually one of the business units that saved that from actually getting shut down way back then.
Okay.
Having to drive from Brussels up to Holland and meet with the team and see how we could turn that around, and the rest is history from that point. But we're excited to be part of TIP Open Wi-Fi. We've been involved actually already for a number of years and enjoyed seeing the community grow, and a bunch of new members coming in, both from the software side, obviously the hardware side, and also the service provider landscape is increasing. So one of the key strengths that I see coming out of TIP, as Rishi was commenting on, is the democratization of the networks. And I've always been a very fan of disrupting technologies, and I've been mostly involved with those type of companies. And so, one of the things that it does, it really lights a fire under innovation. So the service provider, we, as a whole, and the service provider industry as a whole, are no longer beholden to monolithic type vendor landscapes, which I think doesn't provide the right innovation path that's needed. So the emergence of best of breed, the ability to intermix, interop with each other, even if there's some competitive edges there, here and there, it really allows our customers, the service providers, to choose the best type of networks, and hence obviously for their customers. So we develop and think of us as providing edge services and ways to simplify the edge with our SD Edge platform. We're a pure software play. focusing in on core networking like virtual BNG, cloud native BNG, AGF ties up into the mobile core, and also with our newly announced also the SASE services, which is specifically built for the carrier landscape, does not disintermediate the carrier as opposed to other SASE services.
So you believe this is going to give you a chance to really grow your market and develop more services on your platform, essentially, right? I mean, that's what it's about, and develop more innovation on your platform.
Yeah, I mean, we build for the service provider landscape, so that is our customer, and hence obviously their customers on the other end. But we're building software solutions and platforms for them. So the SASE is built for the service provider. Inside the service provider does not go over the top and start to disintermediate them from their own customers. So we believe in providing the value and the services and net new services that they can generate revenue from the customer base.
Very good. Bernard, I want to come back to you a little bit because you actually have at this time a super important role in OpenWiFi, in that you are providing the OS, essentially the Open OS for the access point. Is that not true?
Yes, we have, like in TIP, we've been involved for the last 18 months or so, and we have really two roles. On one hand, we are contributors and maintainers of the open source, and that's on the access point side, but also what we call the Cloud SDK, which is a thin layer of software on the cloud which disaggregates the access points. But also we are makers of a full end-to-end commercial platform for service providers, obviously compatible with OpenWiFi. So, you know, that's kind of like our contribution to the ecosystem, and what you can do with this kind of a platform, and what NetExperience is doing is kind of like the value proposition of OpenWiFi. So for example, like one controller, one management system, one analytics, one QoE engine, and on and on and on for, let's say, multiple hardware partners. And the same thing then applies, like one controller, one management system, one analytics, one training, one operational procedures, and so on, for many use cases, as Dan and Derek were mentioning at the beginning of the session. With OpenWiFi, you have the cloud platform able to go down to, at one end of the spectrum would be residential, at the other end of the spectrum it would be high-end enterprise. So very exciting.
And what in your view is different this time? And I'm going to ask the same question I think of the other panelists. I mean, there has been opens, and perhaps they still exist, I'm not sure. There has been open source initiatives in Wi-Fi before. Do you see a marked difference in this case, with Open Wi-Fi?
I do. I see that some of the key differences are, on one hand, it's yes, it has open source, but it's driven by an ecosystem which combines service providers, which are very vocal about what they want and what they need to make their business successful. And then on the other hand, the technology providers, which are providing kind of like the building blocks for the consumers. So of this technology. So it's a very good combination of what should be done, which typically comes from the customer side, with what can be done, which typically comes from technology innovators. Not all open source projects are like that. So that's kind of like one aspect which is pretty different. The other aspect which I view it as very, very different is the quality aspect. So this is a project which is running for service providers, large and small, and for businesses. So Telecom Infra Project and OpenWiFi, they have a collection of almost 20 labs around the world, and there is a unified quality assurance program, ensuring that the software runs on all these hardware platforms and the quality is commensurate with what would be the expectations of a service provider to deliver high availability service. So there are differences. There is a foundation which is open source, but it's a very solid business foundation underneath.
And let's talk a little bit. Anybody else wants to comment on why this is different? Please do. But my next sort of major question that I think I'd like to ask is a little bit about segments or verticals, if you like, and how you think that this the Open Wi-Fi initiative, how will it address various segments? Are there some segments that you think will be addressed better than others? And maybe Joe, I want to give you a chance to speak on that one.
Yeah, so again, the segments I think are very interesting, given our position that we're, this is my third startup, we're really just getting into the market now, which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
We think one of the most exciting segments for us is actually essentially the building owner MSPs, going into large multi-tenancy environments and enabling different parts of the building to have different Wi-Fi, all based off of the same underlying infrastructure, which for us is very exciting because the ability to take something like Open Wi-Fi and give each individual tenant a consistent view of their part of the domain without having any interference from other tenants, from other uses of the network, I think is really huge for us. And so we're really excited about that one. Obviously, enterprise for us, I come from a very enterprise-specific background. And so large enterprises always have huge challenges with Wi-Fi that I think, again, and I will want to take a moment here, getting rid of the lock-in problem on the enterprise management suite is huge. And the fact that Open Wi-Fi shows the way for how that can be done, to allow every customer there to be able to actually be, if they wish, multi-vendor in any which way they want, and not be told, hey, your next RFP, you're stuck with us, or you're going to rebuild your not ground up.
Right.
That's huge.
Matt, maybe comment a little bit on the service product, the carrier aspect of this. And we've already seen today as well, a lot of carriers are interested in this, and this should be right in your wheelhouse, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when we look at when we think of Wi-Fi, we think sometimes just enterprise or home, and we look at it in the sense that everything can be dissected there, right? So it's not one or the other, and we have large-scale deployments, and our customers deploy tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, in some cases millions of APs. So what's happening there is that on the back end, you can't be locked into a single vendor controller type architecture. It has to be open. So from a vertical standpoint and how we are going to market, as an example, I mean, we're sitting hopefully at the tail end of a pandemic. But the shift from sort of managed business networks that service providers could provide to the work from home, where they have to extend the business environment from their, four walls of where the offices was to the home where the actual worker sits.
Right.
That's been a complete shift in the marketplace, and we can do that through software.
Right.
But we go after MDUs, we go after enterprise SASE. So what I'm excited about is that we can create that underlying platform, and as a small company, we can't innovate on every single front, but we could open it up. In some cases, we could open source some of it,
right?
And start to have the service providers innovate for their own services to their customers.
Right. So it also springs to mind, I think, at least for me, that in the end, a quality improvement for the end user would be the end result, presumably, of this. I mean, it is very hard, and a lot of service providers will say this, to manage very large-scale Wi-Fi networks for the very reason that we spent an hour probably talking about some of the issues here today. But in the end, once you streamline the operations and you build around Open Wi-Fi, presumably the user quality of the actual service in the end would be better, right?
Absolutely, yeah, because you're going to have the innovation not only from startup companies, but across the service provider landscape, putting their engineers to work, and other people will start to innovate on that. But I look at it not only from the services side, but also the cost side. What's the cost efficiency?
Correct.
Working with the TIP organization here, we were having a conversation with a service provider that's operating in price-sensitive markets.
Yeah.
And just understanding what the hardware side of the TIP AP could do, even if you took 5% off or 10% off in terms of hundreds of thousands of APs, the savings that goes to them is enormous. I actually think it'll be much more than that will be saved for the service provider. So you're not only going to have the cost saving side, but the services side is there too.
Very good answer. Rishi, I want to ask you about segments and what you think are the most important segments for Open Wi-Fi products from your point of view, and also maybe talk to us about emerging markets, because this is really your area of specialty, or one of them, right?
Yeah, so I agree with some of my colleagues here that MDU is one of the important segments for tip open Wi-Fi. But I believe this is going to make a lot of ripples in other parts as well, as in especially we work in a lot of emerging markets. And you can imagine that cost is a major factor for a lot of these markets. And that's where I think open Wi-Fi has a clear edge over a lot of the competition, especially if you're getting them a very good quality product at a right price point. So if you look at markets like Africa, for example, right, there's a lot of still public Wi-Fi demand, as in there's so much to do in this geography that I believe that even public Wi-Fi hotspots, the hotspot market has a clear advantage using TIP. And there is again a parallel thread going on called U Central. Although TIP is quite TIP OpenStack or TIP Open Wi-Fi is primarily built for enterprise, is quite heavy. There's a parallel track going on which is making a lighter version of the TIP Open Wi-Fi, which we believe is a really great idea, because where we're talking about building it on a right price point, a right hardware, we can really bring down the price of the hardware and offer it to a larger audience. So for us, we believe that we can take this solution not just to the MDU market, even the enterprise market in some of these countries. There is a great scope for this particular product. In addition to that, I believe public Wi-Fi is another big thing. I think that many of you may be aware that countries like India are rolling out like a big public Wi-Fi program called PM1, right? And I believe that the solution is a great thing for that kind of program, where they want to build a really village level Wi-Fi hotspots across the country, and that's where I think this kind of solution really has a great potential.
Very good. That's going to be the last word for this session. I think you're all fantastic representatives of the world of software as far as open Wi-Fi is concerned, and I wish you all tons of luck and great business opportunities ahead with open Wi-Fi. And I hope to see you soon again, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and be on this panel with you. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
All right.
Okay, that was our session 4, and I think I'm going to, in fact, now hand over to Tiago Rodriguez as the next moderator. Tiago is the CEO of Wireless Broadband Alliance, and I hope he's there because I'm going to hand over to him. At least that's what it says in my paper, so I expect this to be correct. Is he ready or not? There is Tiago. Tiago, I'm going to hand over to you, sir, and I wish you a very good session and good to see you, and congratulations with open roaming and open Wi-Fi as well. You're on mute. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Klaus, for your introduction. Great to see you. So hello, everyone. So fantastic to be here with all of you on this launch of the Open Wi-Fi initiative. I will be moderating a panel that will talk about the collaboration between the Wireless Broadband Alliance and the TIP. And we'll be covering topics how open Wi-Fi and open roaming can work together can drive this industry forward. We have a fantastic panel. I want to start by presenting the panelists that will join me on this session. So we have Ketan Gajar, Executive Head for Fixed and Mobile Technical and Commercial Lead for Vodacom, part of the Vodafone Group. We have Kishore Raja, Vice President, Engineering Strategy at Boingo Wireless, a long-time champion in the Wireless Broadband Alliance and in many other alliances. Mike Pinney, Senior Vice President at American Bandwidth. He has more than 15 years of experience in the wireless space. And Raj Gajwani, Director of Google Orion, is member of the board of WBA and a strong contributor as well to the open roaming. Before we kick off the panel itself, I want to share that for WBI has been really a pleasure and a fantastic experience to work together with TIP. We have a formal collaboration liaison agreement between both organizations. We have been working together for a few months and we have achieved a lot of work together. I can share as one of the responsibles for that collaboration agreement. It's been really a pleasure from the WBA side, and looking forward to continue this successful partnership for many years from now. I think it's worthwhile as just a preamble, just to talk a little bit about open roaming. What is open roaming? So open roaming comes as an idea of generating a global Wi-Fi federation to enable to all of us as consumers an automatic connection to Wi-Fi networks in such a way that we can guarantee a fully automatic, seamless experience, guarantee security, the privacy of our data, and allow this roaming between multiple hotspots all over the world, regardless if they are coffee shops, shopping malls, airports, large hotels. Doesn't matter if it provides a public Wi-Fi service or a guest type of access, definitely should be part of this federation. And that is the revolution that we want to drive to change the way that today I believe all of us, we feel a pain when we have to connect to Wi-Fi in a public place and we don't have the password, or we need to share a password between whatever number of persons. But nothing better than sharing a short video to showcase all the benefits and the vision that is behind open roaming. So I will ask to bring up the video. So the video will exactly present some of the benefits of this vision of bringing open roaming as a global federation for public Wi-Fi. Okay, fantastic. Hope you enjoyed the video and we'll have time to comment here on the panel. So Raj, Ketan, Kishore, Mike, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you are safe and well. Looking forward for a great panel.
Hey, Tiago, greetings. Good to be here.
Yeah, let me start, and we can start with you, Kishore. So you have been deeply involved for many years in Passpoint, open roaming, even now on TIP with Open Wi-Fi. Why you see such a benefit of these two somehow initiatives coming together? Could you share your perspective and from your side?
Absolutely, yeah. So I think one of the key things that we focus at Boingo Wireless is taking things from concept to reality. And so look at what we have done for the past, I would say, 8 to 10 years. Back in 2014, we deployed our first commercial grade passpoint network in Chicago O'Hare. And then, we started many business models after that. We had different ecosystems, different players in the ecosystem understand the benefits of automatic and seamless and secure connectivity. And then in 2018, we deployed our first CBRS commercial grade network in Dallas Love Field. In 2019, we also deployed our first Wi-Fi 6 network in John Wayne Airport in Southern California. So we want to do this as soon and as quickly as possible as the specifications gets released from the different alliances. And that allows us to be forward and allow our business development to create different types of models and give us a chance to monetize. We also recently joined Qualcomm's Smart Cities Accelerator program. And really the goal of this program is to take smart cities from a concept to reality. And I think Wi-Fi really plays a huge part given the evolution of Wi-Fi for the past 20, 21 years. The second thing is, I'm also the co-chair of the Open Converged Wireless group. And the concept is really to make every single wireless technology, starting from Wi-Fi, open. And by the way, Wi-Fi is not the first, it certainly won't be the last when it comes to being an open system. We had enterprise systems open up using the concept of REST APIs for at least 10 to 15 years now. We have Open RAN, where the communication between the remote radio head and the baseband uses open concepts. We also have open transport, both on the packet side as well as on the on the optical side. And then who knows, going forward, there's going to be all kinds of open system, maybe open quantum computing. So I'm really excited to be part of this. Openness always allows for innovation and creates new business models.
Yeah, thank you, Kishore. I will make the same question to Keaton. So, hi, Keaton, how are you? So, where do you see the benefits of this open Wi-Fi and open roaming marriage for the networks?
So thanks very much, Thiago. I think for Vodacom as a mobile operator, one of the big advantages that we've seen over time and with the evolution of technology, and one of the reasons why Vodafone are interested in TIP, is to be able to bring to market those features that allow us to differentiate our services above the hardware layer. So, when we're competing only on different hardware stacks and the innovation that traditional OEMs bring to market, it becomes very much a case of reusing and re-implementing platforms other providers and other service providers have access to. Where with the ability to have access to open Wi-Fi and open roaming, the combination of the two allows us to deliver the right service to our users and to be able to have more fine-grained control of that user experience. I think a big benefit of being a large operator is that you do have the ability to work closely with your OEMs and ODMs. But if you have the ability in software to implement those changes, you get the kind of deep integration and service differentiation that Kishore was alluding to.
Yeah, thank you, Keaton. And by the way, anyone that is attending the session, please, if you have questions, put on the Q&A box. I already saw some couple interesting questions there, so I plan to cover them. So moving on. So Mike, I know that you guys work a lot on the enterprise segment. So do you see this as an opportunity as well to extend business opportunities on that vertical for enterprises and large corporations and deployments?
Yes, one of the key things that I like, and it's really what we've been moving for to be able to get these networks out there, is to be able to minimize hardware on site and be able to centralize the control plane and so that you have these different sites that are discontiguous and we can manage them as one entity. And by doing that, it allows for scalability. And then also, one of the other issues that we run into with SDN, which is basically what I was just describing, is that you get vendor lock-in. And by doing that, it's tough to really create this malleable, always this ecosystem that can kind of grow in organically. And by working with the team, really on that hands-on part, I mean, I got back into the CLI, working with the guys, especially Olivier Mayer and Chris Bouch, just really getting in there and having that breath of fresh air as well, where we understand, like at Ameriband, we have the same goal where we want seamless connectivity and ubiquitous coverage. And it's more than just saying you support functionality, but also making it so that it's very easy to implement end to end. So in the past, when you had Passpoint or whatnot, yes, we support it, but really you still need this back end system completely all set up all the way through. So just by having that and talking to people that understand that from both the SDN and the functionality standpoint really was cool for me. I mean, it was a lot of fun working on it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Raj, coming to you. So how do you see the opportunities of open roaming for innovations, new business opportunities, new verticals that can be explored by multiple players? And in fact, this is one of the questions already coming on the box in terms of monetization, business opportunities coming up from open roaming.
Thank you, Tiago. So, at Google, we think that the future involves a lot more heterogeneous networks. It involves operators able to be concierges for me as I travel around the world. If I go back to basics, a long time ago when I was a kid and we had like little tiny computers that were little boxes, the computers were all separate. And we discovered through, this revolution we're part of, that connecting them into networks creates this amazing power, right? Even if the networks are highly heterogeneous. Today, Wi-Fi networks are very often privately deployed and privately managed. They have a shared data plane, but a separate control plane and a separate session authentication. And we know the benefits of allowing operators to tap into all available networks to provide better service to subscribers. So what open roaming does is it allows us to unify the control plane, unify the session authentication plane across lots and lots of networks. So, I have my little supercomputer, and as I travel around the world, my supercomputer sees lots of networks. I want my operator to be able to pick the best one for me at any point in time. Open roaming breaks down the barriers to give the operator access to more and more networks that they can choose to give me as a subscriber a better experience. We think this is the future of telecom, and we're pretty excited about it. And Open Wi-Fi is making that more accessible to more third parties who can contribute to the global mesh.
Yeah, thank you, Raj. Now I'd like to get Kishore and Ketan feedback on this conversion story. So that's really open roaming helps to accelerate the conversion story. So that's is part of another question that is coming up. Is open roaming the enabler between Wi-Fi, cellular, Wi-Fi, 5G conversion story? So maybe Kishore, you can go first, and then I would like to get as well Ketan feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very good question, Tiago, and it's also an important question to understand at this stage. As you really highlighted to start with, open roaming is a federation-based roaming that allows seamless, secure, and automatic connectivity. So, and this is across all platforms. Obviously, it's starting with Wi-Fi, but if you look at the roadmap of open roaming, it goes way beyond Wi-Fi. It can get into 5G networks, potentially CBRS networks, and literally any type of wireless connectivity means and technologies, wherein you can create this concept of federation, rather than having, one network and one or multiple types of authentication mechanisms, open that to the entire world. And that, I think, truly creates and expands on the concept of convergence. The convergence that we have right now is still, I would say, kind of manual at this point of time. We have venues where we deploy Wi-Fi, we deploy cellular systems, maybe CBRS and potentially 5G systems, but having a true single pane of glass and allowing the entire ecosystem to openly connect to any of these with different types of models is what open roaming will truly emerge into. And I'm personally really excited to see that go beyond Wi-Fi.
Yeah, thank you, Kishore. Ketan?
I think the experience that we've built over the last 5 to 7 years around allowing users to seamlessly roam between cellular and Wi-Fi was often tended to be a vendor locked-in, very proprietary, very unique construct. And I think it's gratifying to see that as we're moving forward to the point that Kishore has raised, open roaming really allows us to have both settlement-free and settled roaming between networks, which introduces monetization models, which I think Orion brought to market, very publicly. That's something that we find very exciting, both as an operator and as someone who provides managed networks, because it allows us the capability to open up an income stream to our customers. So it tends to be less about we're selling you a service, and it's more about we're enabling your users to choose the service they want and give enterprise customers an opportunity to monetize that infrastructure investment they've made. And with open Wi-Fi, what we're really seeing is kind of the democratization of that hardware stack. So we can choose the right AP, we can choose the right controller, we can choose the right equipment that matches the segment and the customer market, from home to MDU to small-scale enterprise to public.
Yeah, thank you, Ketan. Maybe Mike, maybe I will ask you this question. So do you see the opportunity for new businesses for the enterprise segments looking to open roaming? So big venue owners looking to open roaming as a vehicle, probably to open up new revenue streams and new revenue generating models.
Yes, absolutely. So actually what I'm seeing is just for some examples, like in retail, there's this push to have your point of sale device be your handset. The problem is when you show up into a store, it's unlikely that you have good cellular signal. It's not worth putting a network in there, a DAS or whatnot. It's just not cost effective, and Wi-Fi already exists. So there's a push to be able to figure out ways to guarantee that you have a good signal when you bring your handset in. Everybody brings their handset into the store now, 99.9%. That 0.1% that doesn't, probably because it fell out of their pocket on the as they were getting out of the car going to the store, right? So it's that part of it that's excellent. And then what I'm also seeing is they're looking at it as part of a loyalty program. So maybe their app that they have as you go into the store, part of being loyal is that you get on seamlessly, and then you can leverage that app easier as well. So I see a lot of options with that, with also, like, as you can see with different industries, sometimes that they partner in certain deals. So being able to also seamlessly create multiple networks where with open roaming, we can actually have two companies partner with each other to be able to share their profiles, users on each one for whatever segment that might require. So it's just all those possibilities that open up as soon as we create this type of environment where it's seamlessly end-to-end connectivity, where it's easy to do. It's not a complicated multi-step process. It's something that's very seamless. So.
Yeah, you brought up a very interesting topic, Mike, that I would like to get not only your feedback, but as well Kishore and Raj. You guys have been involved for many years. That concept of the easy button configuration. So setting up a PassPoint open roaming ready network at just one click. How do you guys see that magic coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I can start. Why not, right? So if there's a way to make the deployment and install easy, who would not take that, right? I mean, every single deployment has to go through a complicated process of, there are certain things that are unavoidable, like, design and construction, things like that. But post those stages, you have so many manual processes in deploying a Wi-Fi network. If that can be automated using an easy button, absolutely, anybody would take that, and we would, take that in a heartbeat. Now, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Because the entire concept of being openness is, innovation using software. The whole stack, the Wi-Fi stack, will be written using software, which will be open source, and that can be, there's no restrictions on the derivatives. So that makes the deployment a lot more easier. The second point I would like to highlight is, once you have a software-based open system deployed in a venue, imagine the change management. No more, weeks or months of maintenance windows. We've all gone through that. It's just a painful process. Now with open Wi-Fi, open roaming, and software-based deployment, you can simulate. You can have a staging environment. Set up the whole process, and with the flip of a button, you can flip your staging environment into a production environment. So it makes the whole process easy. And the last point I want to mention is, anytime you have a software-based open system, it allows for innovative things like machine learning and AI, artificial intelligence. One of the things that we do at our airports is, when we used to travel, the good old days of traveling, when we used to have an Airbus 380 land in one of our airports, you have potentially 300 to 500 people walking out of the venue. And once they get to the gate area, many of these users, they have a seamless and secure connectivity. So they end up automatically connecting to the AP via passpoint networks. But what about all the people who are actually at the gate browsing and doing whatever they're doing? And one of the inherent features of Wi-Fi is, when a device connects automatically to a network, the background applications will start to wake up. It's going to end up disturbing the activity of these users. So what we do is, in the background, we can actually throttle some of those applications. We can say, hey, any new user that gets connected, let's not give priority to the background applications. And so this way, users that are already on the network, they get the highest priority. So all of these features can be implemented as standards in an open-based system.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we are almost running out of time. I will make one final question that I will ask all of you to answer in just a few seconds. So if there is one thing that you like to see coming up to help this integration of open Wi-Fi and open roaming, what will be that new feature or new capability? And maybe I can start with you, Raj. What you'd like to really to see coming up on the industry?
I'm going to cheat. What I want to see is the people in this audience adopting open roaming. And one of the questions I get is, all right, I heard about open roaming. What do I do about it? We're trying to make that a lot easier. So if we at Google created this open Wi-Fi platform, which is basically an open roaming management platform. So if you go to orionwifi.com, you'll find setup instructions. We can help you through it. So my ask is, turn it on. It takes like half an hour in many cases. It's very easy to turn on, and you can try it out. You can turn it off whenever you want. You can just turn it on in the lab. This is super easy, so try it. That's my big ask for you.
Ketan?
Our experience over deploying thousands of locations and supporting tens of millions of users is that client support and actual device provisioning tends to be the biggest headache. So I do applaud Google and their Orion effort, but I think we need to see broader industry adoption where an open roaming profile should be on every handset by default. I think open roaming specifically has a mechanism for both settlement-free and settled roaming, and that really allows an operator like ourselves to make the best decision for our end users. And there's certainly the option for an end user to have a kind of best effort sort of built into their package roaming service and a paid for or a more premium experience. And we can only facilitate that if the end user's device supports that. So between the two large ecosystem players, if we could get to a point where provisioning the device was not an afterthought, but it came baked in and out the box, I think that would certainly help drive adoption and options for operators like ourselves and our users.
Yeah, Ketan, great ambition. And by the way, we are working on that. So I hope that in a few months or pretty soon we can have all devices with the open roaming credential natively. And from you, Mike?
Well, I think in the short term, I would like to see a seamless way where we integrate diameter, not just radius, through part of the authentication and seamlessly between creating like a radius gateway with diameter in a seamless way, just because I know I've been working on that, and it's a bear to configure as it is currently when we try to roam between each of them. But in the long term, what I see is a big need is simple, easy indoor GPS, where if we could have a way where we're not buying new shiny boxes and it's not like we're trying to crunch numbers and we have to sit around and calibrate everywhere. And I know there's 802.11mc and other things, but we still, again, back to the end-to-ends easy button, as Keisha was saying as well, where we can have that implemented where you put these APs up, they gauge, they calibrate, and it's like it is outdoor GPS. We walk in, we have the same thing, where it's cost effective and it's easy to deploy, because indoor GPS, there's a huge need for it. Like at airports has been huge, large malls, anything where the coverage is great, where you could seamlessly, so we're talking Google, we got Google Maps. You have Google Maps outside, you walk in and it just starts working inside as well.
Yeah.
It would be huge. And to me, that is like the next frontier in Wi-Fi.
Fantastic, Mike. Love it. Finally, Kishore.
Yeah, I would add on to what Raj mentioned, Tiago. Adoption is going to be key. And I would say that on top of that, look at the combination of open Wi-Fi and open roaming. If you can create a app store-like platform, which, Orion Marketplace from Google has really taken the leap in bringing that into the innovation. So if we can really prove this in a large scale, imagine that, we can replicate this in 5G. We can replicate this in CBRS, and we don't even have to do that. Once the scale starts to happen, the different technologies will start to ask for it, and that's where you'll start to see the true innovation.
Fantastic, and we'll have really a seamless experience all across different wireless networks and technologies with the same identity. That's awesome. So thank you so much, Raj, Ketan, Kishore, Mike. Fantastic discussion. I enjoyed a lot. Thank you. And I will handle back to Klaus for the next session.
Thanks, Diego.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Tiago, thank you so much for that excellent session on open roaming and open Wi-Fi together. I think another transformative piece, and Kishore is absolutely right to still be here because you are on this panel as well. Kishore, welcome. And just before we get to the other panelists as well, I just want to say a couple of things. One thing is that I've been asked by the organizers to say that the organizing team is monitoring the Q&A, and we will answer questions with some delay, but they will be shared offline. The answers will be shared offline. So keep asking questions by all means, and we will definitely take care of them, but probably not right now. The other thing I want to say is I think, and I don't know if the organizers will allow me to say this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think we're well past the 1,000 registrants barrier for this event, which means it's not CES, but hey, in my world that is massive, and it shows the power of open Wi-Fi already. Okay, so anyway, Kishore, welcome. It's great to see you, and thank you for staying on. We also have two more gentlemen that are going to join us for this panel, which is about community-driven development. It's Chris Bush. Chris is co-chair of Open Converged Wireless Project Group and Facebook. And we also have Sasha Deck. Sasha is, good to see you, Sasha. Sasha is development lead telecom connectivity at Deutsche Telekom. Welcome, everyone. And in this session, we will talk about the power of community and community-driven development. So the first thing I'm going to do is let all of you quickly introduce yourselves and maybe just tell us a little bit about your role, both within the TIP framework and what you do in your regular day job, perhaps. Kishore, go ahead and start, perhaps.
All right, greetings, Klaus. Good to be here. My name is Kishore Raja. I'm the Vice President of Engineering and Strategy at Boingo Wireless, and I'm also the co-chair of Open Converged Wireless PG project group at TIP, and really excited to be part of the Open Wi-Fi TIP community. I'm also part of many other industry standard alliances, WBA, OnGo, CTIA, and so it's really great to be here.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps, Chris, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and your role.
Thank you, Klaus. Pleasure to be with everyone today. So I'm Chris Bush, also co-chair for the Open Converged Wireless PG from Telecom Infra Project, and super thrilled to work with both Sasha and Kishore on this wireless initiative. Klaus, you asked, what is your what's your everyday? What takes you? What takes your everyday? And honestly, the showroom is the everyday. Is bringing the whole family of open converged wireless platforms. This is but the showroom, but it is really that. It's the excitement of being able to come together in an open community, in a vibrant ecosystem together, with key operators like we have here with Deutsche Telekom and Boingo, helping drive and set the expectations of not just delivering a platform that checks these boxes into service, but does so in a meaningful way that hits the business objective. So that's sort of my everyday.
Fantastic, and I love the little touch with the baby Yoda. Congratulations on that. Sasha, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a bit about what you do, also in the context of the Open Wi-Fi group.
Hey, yeah, I'm actually also a co-chair of the Open Converged Wireless Group, together with those two nice-looking gentlemen. So I think I should have to wear a shirt. So, but anyhow, and yeah, I'm within the T. I'm responsible for all development topics within an innovation program called Telecom Connectivity. We are running stuff like Always Best Connected initiatives in several years. We have launched technology to make that more happen within our local countries. Yeah, we are part of the DT's innovation group and serving all of our countries around the world. And yeah, we are also working in several open source communities. I'm mostly here within the TIP framework, also on the TIP Wi-Fi group that was, so to say, the place where the Open Converged Wireless group came out of. And yeah, also within other programs like the Linux Foundation, Magma, and other stuff. Yeah, I think that's enough.
Okay, very good. And by the way, just so that everybody's clear on this, the Open Wi-Fi group and the Open Wi-Fi initiative files under the TIP Open Converged Wireless supergroup. Is that correct?
Indeed. Open Converged Wireless is the home of TIP.
Okay.
Indeed.
So, yeah, okay, so very good. So what we're going to talk a little bit about is kind of the inner workings of a community-driven development here. And I know, Chris, that you also do want to present a bit of a roadmap for us, but we're going to probably do that towards the end, right? Is that good with you, or you want to go straight ahead and do it?
Well, I think we can probably talk to the roadmap.
Yeah.
To talk about.
Yeah, let's take that second. I just want to maybe touch base with everybody on the concept of what it means to be open in this sense, because I think it's super important. This is a community-driven initiative, and obviously the more support you can get from significant players, any player really that wants to contribute, the better. So what does it mean to be open in this sense from an open Wi-Fi point of view? Everybody's welcome, presumably, right?
Everybody is indeed welcome, Klaus, and with so many registrants, it's a clear indication that everybody is both participating and interested. So it's just tremendous interest level to see in the sessions today. But I think it's true, and I hope the team here might agree that we really believe that the future of network infrastructure belongs to open source, and particularly open source that has a strong and diverse community behind it, such as what I fundamentally believe we have here in TIP Open Wi-Fi. To that end, right, while that I think is a core belief that we hold, delivering Wi-Fi from a premium level of service, the level of features that are necessary to deliver service provider scale, large venue density, that's an undertaking that really, from an open standpoint, could only be done when a community comes together. So from that sense, that's a bit of the answer of the open and the commercial grade, if you will, in our approach. But importantly, as you mentioned, Klaus, and I think as Kishore also just mentioned, is that we take a very definitive stand that there is a no lock-in to cloud or to device, while also creating these advanced features for service providers, starting from automation that accelerates deployments to advanced topics made easy, such as seamless roaming and offload, where OpenWiFi has partnered with WBA to ensure open roaming and Passpoint just works with OpenWiFi out of the box.
Kishore, do you want to comment a little bit on the power of community and what that can do to transform the business that we're in? I think you guys are working also, obviously not just in connection with OpenWiFi, but in other communities as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Klaus. I'm going to add on to what Chris mentioned. Definitely, openness has its own innovation and all the cool things that we're seeing. But I'm also going to say that openly collaborating with different industry alliances is a key focus as part of the OpenWiFi. Like you have Wireless Broadband Alliance. We just brought open roaming from there. We also have Wi-Fi Alliance and potentially 3GPP and GSMA, because the concept is to really take the openness from Wi-Fi into true converged wireless system. That's going to be, when we go and deploy, it's not really about one system. The second point I want to talk about is, we at Boingo Wireless, we are both open and neutral. So that situates us in a very unique and powerful position. Just to give you some context and perspective, we have more than 150,000 hotspots, Wi-Fi hotspots deployed, more than 42,000 DAS nodes, 2,000 plus buildings that we serve, about 220 properties, single family and multifamily properties coast to coast here in US. So that shows that we have to stay both vendor neutral as well as technology agnostic to achieve this type of deployments. And having that openness in the SDK, in the entire software stack, will really accelerate for these deployments and potentially create new ways of innovation.
Very good. Perhaps Sasha, just comment on this idea of community and openness and so on. I mean, obviously, Deutsche Telekom, enormously resourceful company, and you yourself, I'm sure, as well. But clearly, you would like other operators to join. Other operators are already joining, and the power of that community only lends itself well to the success of the project, right?
Yeah, I think actually we have within the TIP Wi-Fi group, we have the Operators Council, where we also already have a group of strong operators meeting and discussing the requirements also for what we as operators think should be the next big things that we want to see or that we would love to have out there in the Wi-Fi industry. And yeah, an open community is for some of us in the operators industry, I think new thing, but also an excited thing. So I think if you look to how processes normally run within operators in that scale, it's you meet with some kind of professional service guys. They do some kind of magic in your data center, and then something runs. And if something breaks, you have to call that magical number, and someone comes and fixes it. And I think in an open community, it's a bit different. So I think we had a very great time collaborating with the guys from NetExperience and deploying all of that in our OpenStack cloud directly in our data centers, and we worked hand in hand in an open community way. And I think this is a tremendous thing, because we as telco operators also need to understand how open software works and how we can collaborate with the other people out there. And I think this was already a huge step in this community.
Well, what a great comment. And I'm also kind of thinking sometimes that community means that you guys will have to agree at some point on what it is. I mean, operator driven in this case, but is what we say that Open Wi-Fi is. But at some level, you're going to need to agree also with other operators as to what you want to do with this, right? I mean, and you sit around a table and you do this. There are groups for this, and you discuss them endlessly until you agree. Or how does it work? I'm kind of fishing for sort of the inner workings of what goes on in the group. Maybe Chris also wants to comment. Is that how it works, Sasha? Or?
Yeah, I would say it's always a matter of what is feasible and what is, especially if you look to a 1.0 release, I think you always have to shoot for an MVP and have to see what is the best you can catch most of the people out of there. And I think for DT, it's actually obvious. We have most of our hotspots are residential Wi-Fi stuff. So I think we would also have loved to do other stuff first. But yeah, I think this is the also the other side of a community. You have to agree on a plan, and then you have to conclude or execute it as a team.
Yeah, exactly. Chris, do you want to comment on that? I'm curious because I'm naive in that sense that I've never participated in a group like this, sort of actively as contributing person. So maybe tell us a little bit about the process. I think this is interesting for folks that are not familiar with it.
Indeed, I think to the point Sasha made, it's there's a certain amount of, I'll say, minimum homework one has to bring to class when reaching that MVP of that 1.0. So it's sort of the, everyone somewhat agrees, oh yes, we all want this, right? We all want this minimum viable product because it's fairly obvious. These are the boxes one must check. The real goodness, I think, starts as each of the operators, each of the community vendors are then beginning to establish a more regular dialogue together and are saying, okay, we're seeking to push and pull on the stack from this particular deployment approach. And we're seeking to push and pull on it from a different deployment approach. So the key is really, how do we balance all needs and establish, cohesive timing, right? So that everybody gets what they need when. And so we've tried to do a few things, I think just fundamentally in the structure of the project where we took some early opinionated architecture bets where we said we needed to have a common operating system, we needed to have a common management plane and telemetry model, such that we could have this innovation cycle that could handle those pushes and pulls for the various different market dimensions that we're on. And so the idea is if an opportunity is worth doing, the community is going to rally behind that. So I think that the opportunity for contention is probably quite low in a group like this, right? Because everyone's really united to the common deployment.
Correct. Is it a little bit like certain standards bodies, possibly? Not that I know a lot about that either. Or is it a little bit more, perhaps a little bit more efficient in some ways? I'm kind of thinking that maybe it is.
I don't want to steal anyone else's thunder on this, but we do have this internal saying in the team is that we're trying to create the DevOps for Wi-Fi, if you will, in this program, because we early on set out to sort of establish the opportunity for the community to participate by really giving community developers access to all the same tools that they would use in their day jobs in this open community. And so lowering the barrier to entry for developers is a big deal. But adding automation around how that code materializes into firmware, into a cloud container, and gets tested nightly, that was part of the big magic that allowed us to move fast. And so I think that's key in all of this.
Kishore, talk a little bit about how you feel. It seems to me that the group is working really efficiently and really well. I mean, is that your impression as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would like to add one thing. Openness has pros and cons. And the pros, as Chris mentioned, is you have lots and lots of different community-based contribution. So you really have a really good list of features. The contrary, the con is that we can't really have all the features implemented at any given point of time. So we need to prioritize. So there's a good balance. We need to understand the market conditions, and we always try to prioritize for the greater good of the community versus, for a good of a particular vendor, a particular company. That's what really makes this group really, really interesting. And you'll see that, if you get to talk about the roadmap, we have a very ambitious roadmap, and it's just amazing, where the openness of Open Wi-Fi project is heading towards.
Chris, do you want to show us the roadmap? Because I understood that you were going to do that, and I don't know if that's going to come up on the screen as a slide, or how are you going to do it? I was just told it was going to happen.
We weren't going to show the slide per se.
No.
We were going to talk to it, though.
All right, yeah, go for that.
Okay. And I specifically asked that because PowerPoint is giving me a great deal of trouble on my computer at the moment. So, but we do have, to Kishore's point, there is an ambitious roadmap in front of us, and I think, how to begin this. I think to start off is we're just getting going. we started this this session here this morning where Dan in the keynote with Derek, we're really emphasizing that the opportunity to present as many connectivity options and various deployment types for operators as possible was a sort of a principal tenet in the overall open Wi-Fi vision and mission. We definitely embrace that as we look at what we're doing in the next 6 to 12 to 18 months for sure. The current premium grade enterprise access point systems exist today. We're managing them over OpenSync right now. We're going to augment and expand, if you will, the variety of platforms, introducing fixed wireless access solutions, MDU solutions, expanded platforms in terms of various options around access points themselves in different flavors and form factors, including gateways, common operating system that stretches over into switching. Many of these options will be enabled, as you heard in one of the earlier sessions, a comment from Rishi at Indio, through the addition of something called Use Central, a set of management features from OpenRT. Those are all parts of how we get to move fast and we get to embrace so many platforms.
And over roughly, I mean, this roadmap that you're now describing is roughly over what stretch of time would you say?
I'll speak really to the 6 to 12 month horizon, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
And I think it's important to note that all these platforms that we're working on and working towards cover a spectrum of both Wi-Fi 5 and Wi-Fi 6, both in Qualcomm and MediaTek silicon today. Important to note that we're adding several operator-asked solutions into the platforms, such as mesh and WDS features. Some of the fixed wireless access options include LTE for backhaul in certain bandwidth, underserved considerations. We have a very strong desire, very strong opinion to see Open Wi-Fi reach Wi-Fi 6E and try out 6 gigahertz mesh this year.
Yes.
So that's a huge one for us.
Absolutely.
And we even seek to include, we're working on it, we even seek to include an AFC in open source to help complete that picture. So those are
Chris, that's like everything, Chris. But
oh no, Klaus, that's not everything. No, we can keep going. Let's
okay, keep going. No.
Let's talk more.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Let's talk about subscribers, services, and a programmable network. So we've got data planes running faster and faster constantly as we are introducing more spectrum in 6E. We'll have additional encoding rates in Wi-Fi 7. Obviously, 6E and 7 are in our front lane. But I think that it's important to note our access points, how they're fed with bandwidth. 2.5 gigabits is the new WAN 5, right? So when you've got multi-gig unlicensed spectrum over the air, you at least must have multi-gig in terms of backhaul connectivity. So our data plane and options enabling that. We're looking to add in programmability through P4. Mike Penny from Ameriband said earlier, one of the biggest desires is to have an open software-defined approach to these networks, and we really embrace that. We've worked with American Bandwidth and others in the community to say that one of the key aspects is that the service could follow the customer versus the customer following the network. And so when we introduce more service awareness to when the subscriber associates to the Open Wi-Fi network, we know Kishore from Klaus from Sasha, and we can build an end-to-end intent of that service. So if there's a open roaming RCOI that comes down and says, Kishore needs to have 100 megabits, Sasha needs to have 150 megabits. I don't know, maybe it's because he's German, that's okay. But the network sets that up end to end. And that's one of the big vision and mission features that we see here.
You're blowing us away, Chris. Honestly, frankly, you are. But I really like it. Let me just ask Sasha. Sasha, what are your favorite parts of the, shall we say, the immediate roadmap? Maybe not the extended. Well, you can talk to the extended one if you want as well.
So the immediate roadmap, I think I'm really thrilled about all of these things that added with the Use Central stuff, even if it's for for the lower end devices. But I think getting the TCO of all of this stuff even more down, makes it easier to adopt it even more and bring Wi-Fi everywhere. Because I think actually there is still a way to go on that one, and especially also seeing that this one is coming or getting together with somehow in the OpenWRT community and all those communities out there. Yeah. So because we are not the only ones, but feeding back stuff to the originators that gave us so many things that we can build on, and feeding something back into that community is also an essential thing, because I think we only can collaborate with them or participate in all of this if we give something back and make the community better. And so and maybe one day we can also build our residential gateways like that, or use parts of that in that endeavor. And so this is something where the community will also give us operators then more and more the ability to pick and choose software that is open source available, bring it together in some ways, and gives also us the ability to move faster into the market.
Very good. Kishore, what's your favorite part of the roadmap?
Yeah, I mean, you just heard Chris talk about a whole bunch of things. You can clearly tell he's so excited to talk about the roadmap, as he's been involved from the beginning. So what I would say is, just from a high-level perspective, at this point of time, we have the roadmap categorized into 3 different categories: the AP firmware, the cloud SDK, and then the different types of tools using the concept of CI/CD. And because most of these, especially the tools and the cloud SDK, of course, the firmware as well, the cloud SDK and tools, it's now based on software. I mean, I have seen all of these deployed for the past, 15 years, Passpoint and open roaming and, NFA, SDN, individual network functions getting virtualized like DNS, DHCP. Now, it is really, really exciting to see all of these features go open. So once we merge all of these, that's why I was talking about a really ambitious roadmap we have. We want to achieve things that we could not achieve in the past, like having a single pane of glass for all of these wireless systems. We do have some solutions, but these are really one-off solutions. Imagine making them open source and having community contribute to them. Now, granted, it's going to be a little complicated. It's not going to be that easy, but the power of the community will really create unbelievable solutions. Having that single pane of glass manage all of these wireless networks, do things like proactive monitoring, apply AI and ML is absolutely something we have down the road. This is long-term roadmap, obviously, and that's what I'm really excited about.
Great input from all of you. I think this is super impressive, and I want to thank all of you for coming on. I think we're nearly out of time. I think maybe the last thing I'd like to ask you guys about is, do you feel that we need to do anything in addition to gather even more support for this? I mean, obviously more is always better, presumably, right? And what is the most important thing that this initiative needs right now in terms of support, in terms of expansion, anything like that? Chris, you want to start?
Well, I think, deploy lots of Wi-Fi, deploy lots of Wi-Fi often. That's really what we need. That drives the open ecosystem to work together, collectively, right, with the operators, and do those deployments without lock-in along the way. Those I think are the most important salient points, right, for the community, right? Is just focus on the goal, which is more connectivity and a better Wi-Fi world.
Very good. Kishore, any comment on that?
Yeah, I would say get involved and contribute. We're calling for contribution from any and all of the participants, because I believe strongly that there's no one size that fits all. There's going to be a perspective that we can learn as a community from each and every individual deployments or experiences that companies have gone through. The more and more people and companies get involved, this is going to be a successful project, and we'll hopefully have more and more open-based systems.
Absolutely. Sasha, any last words from you on what do we need to make this project even stronger?
Yeah, I think actually the key is that everyone, like Chris says, deploys these networks and experiencing what is there already and joining the community. We have a great Slack. We have a great Jira and everything. So I think it's actually the tools to collaborate is also great, and you can meet me there. And I think join the community and talk to us, work with us, make it possible to deploy it in different senses, make special open source clouds for schools or whatnot, and go to other use cases that really bridges things that makes us better. And we in DT have a slogan. It's called "We won't stop until everyone is connected," and I think this is a good last word.
That is a beautiful last word. Thank you so much, Sasha, and thanks to Kishore and Chris. You guys did ridiculously well on this panel. I really liked it, and very enjoyable to be with you. And I commend you for the fantastic work that you're all doing. And please come back. We'll do another event like this or a session like this. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. It was awesome.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So we are now at the end of session. I think that was session 6, roughly speaking. And I'm now handing over to another moderator. His name is Roy Chua, and Roy is founder and principal of Avid Think. It is an independent research analyst firm. Roy, good to see you, my friend. How are you, sir?
Hey, Klaus. Hey, I'm good, thank you.
Have you been watching the show? Have you been watching?
So far, so good. You're doing an excellent job. I like that plant in the background, by the way. It's looking pretty healthy.
The plant?
Yeah.
The plant
in
is
your background.
The plant is plastic. I don't have, but Chris outdid me because he's got the baby Yoda, right? So I should have put.
Well, I was going to say, your plant is clearly commercial grade because it's going to withstand about anything, right? And speaking of commercial grade, that's what we're going to talk about here. So
exactly.
The introductions, Klaus.
Beautiful.
So,
go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. All right. So thank you, everyone. And I think, just hopefully, and like you have been watching so far the conference, and I think it's pretty exciting news. Given what we've heard so far, some of you are probably wondering, well, this is all great, but there's open source and then there's open source, right? Which is, how are we going to make this open source commercial grade? If we're going to actually deploy this, if carriers are going to deploy this in the real world, right, what do we need to do? So this next panel is going to talk about how we're making open source Wi-Fi commercial grade. To kick us off, we're going to start with a video, as always. And so we're going to start off with a video that's going to talk about all the practices and all the processes and all the investment that those in open Wi-Fi are making, all the people you've heard earlier, what they're doing to make this commercial grade. Now, fundamentally, it's not easy. There's a lot of work involved, but with all those labs that you heard about earlier, they're going to make it happen. So we'll take a quick peek at a video, and then I'll get into the Well, welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And I have now with me the full panel. And we're going to talk about, you've seen on the video all the efforts that the community is putting in to make this commercial grade. And we're going to talk in detail about all the different processes that they're taking, CI/CD, all the labs, all the equipment they're using to test it. So joining me, I have a panel of experts, as we say, right? And I'll have them introduce themselves. We'll start with James from MediaTek. James, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Hi, thanks, Roy. So hi, everybody. This is James Chen. I'm the Associate Vice President of Product Marketing for MediaTek. My specific responsibility is to push what we call carrier grade solutions to what we call all the broadband operators worldwide. And so very happy to be on this panel, and I'll be sharing today with the audience a bit about our open source initiatives, especially as it pertains to OpenWiFi. So glad to be here.
Thank you, James. All right, over to you, Chris. Chris, introduce yourself, please.
Thanks, Troy. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Singh. I'm the Global Director of IoT Security here at Digiset. Our role in the community is to provide the essentially the security of the ecosystem. I'm the project lead here at Digiset, and looking forward to this discussion.
All right, thank you, Chris. Likewise, Sitarama, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi, Roy. My name is Sitarama Pennimetsa, CTO at Candela Technologies. Candela specializes in providing Wi-Fi test solutions, and our products are used by over 200 companies worldwide to design, deploy, and develop Wi-Fi. Candela, we are super excited to have joined TIP OpenWiFi very early on, and this fits so well with everything we do as a company, as we have been doing open source with a lot of things we do over the years. Our role in the TIP Wi-Fi community is to help create robust test methodologies, help create a full CI/CD automation framework, and also provide test equipment for the community labs. We're so glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sitarama. Really appreciate it. And then we'll turn it over to Jaspreet. Jaspreet, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hey, Jaspreet Sachdev. I'm a solution architect here at Facebook. So you've heard the term CI/CD, DevOps, and quality. And I have the pleasure to collaborate with the community here and take those and put that into reality. So really excited to be here. It's exciting time for OpenWiFi.
Thanks, Jaspreet, and thank you. And I can spell CI/CD, but I'll be looking to you to explain in detail what that means. But before we do that, let's talk to James. James, what is your perspective on how OpenWiFi is different? What's new? James, I think you're muted. We could maybe have you unmute first. I guess James is not able to unmute himself, and I didn't do it, I swear. So let's go ahead. Let's talk about. Let's come back to James in a second. But let's have Jaspreet. So Jaspreet, how is the OpenWiFi project different from other network software-focused open source projects, especially when it comes to quality? Talk to us about the CI/CD thing.
Sure. So I've personally consumed many open source projects in the past, and where OpenWiFi sets us apart is the focus to be production ready from day one. So that's really our North Star that we look up to, and how do we achieve production ready? So we do that in three focus areas. So first focus areas being we've created a DevOps for Wi-Fi. You heard that term before from Chris. And what that really means is heavy investment on tools to really bring to life continuous integration and continuous deployment. That means that we have a pull request process where the developers are pushing their changes to the branches, and that is being tested. Then we are able to do our release engineering and promote those releases so that we nightly can take our solution artifacts and test them across. How do we test them? Well, we've invested secondly in our community test beds. We have, as you saw in the video, we have roughly about 20 plus test beds that mimic different scenario sets. So we go from functional to regression to interops to MDUs to scale, you name it. So we have that ability to do that. How do we put it all together is we've invested in something called an open test framework. So we've created a testing framework for the community, by the community. So it's all open. We give you transparency into what you are testing and what the results are. For example, whether you be testing a zero-touch provisioning using DigiCert or you're testing open roaming, we've got the infrastructure to be able to do that. And now we have the ability with the test framework to allow to do that easily for the community.
Excellent, Jaspreet. That's pretty extensive, and as we saw in the video, right, it's very extensive. All right, we're going to turn back to James now. We have James back, and I think he's unmuted this time. Excellent, James. Well, so let me re-ask my original question, James. What is your perspective on how open Wi-Fi is different?
Well, yeah, it's definitely very different. So to better illustrate that, let me just kind of zoom out a little bit and give you the first the 30,000 foot picture, and then we can zoom into your question. So, at MediaTek, we're a pretty sizable chipset company. We're the largest provider of smartphone chipsets now throughout the world. I think we took that mantle from another company starting Q4 of last year. So the company right now is the 4th largest fabless chipset supplier out there. And during these challenging times, it's strangely, we have increased our position and are growing very fast. Now, with respect to Wi-Fi, it is one of the core product lines technologies that kind of permeates through our product lines. We have thousands and thousands of product lines. And we really believe in open source. A lot of our work is in open source in various communities. So that is the approach that we have taken. It is an important aspect of what we do. We think is a selling point for us, frankly, for our Wi-Fi. Now, when it comes to open Wi-Fi, some of the advantages are that, it's truly a community-based kind of collaborative effort. We, have contributed to our Wi-Fi drivers and stack and whatnot to many different forms. And I think open Wi-Fi truly kind of distances itself from really being not only what we call carrier grade, or you call commercial grade, but carrier grade where all the operators and enterprises can use it, but also it's a truly collaborative effort. A lot of the open source projects that we contribute to, yes, they are open source, but really only a few companies kind of use it, kind of for their solutions and harden it later. But open Wi-Fi is truly open. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you, James. And yeah, I'm sure all the community is glad that MediaTek with sort of the impact you have on the industry and the size you have, I think is involved in this. I think it speaks to all the parties involved in this and speaks to the momentum, right? And clearly, I think it speaks to the success of the community at large. So speaking of commercial grade and carrier grade, let's go to Sitarama. So it's my understanding, I think as we said earlier, you've been involved in many Wi-Fi quality initiatives, right? How does this measure up compared to industry best practice?
Yeah, I think it measures up really well, Roy. Along with the adoption of the best practices from really vertically integrated deployment models from big organizations, along with following those best practices, TIP is also adding very specific quality initiatives that are key to the success of an open source model, which is a more modular development model in many ways, right? The reality is that in open Wi-Fi, we can expect a lot of churn with the constant feature submissions from various contributors. And of course, there's additional risk from the open source development model where all the modules and sub-modules are possibly developed by many different community members, and they should all work seamlessly with each other. And this makes things very challenging and in fact, super important, right? So the TIP Open Wi-Fi community gatekeepers are looking at all these factors very carefully as a part of the quality initiatives. There's also a strong need for extensive testing, unit testing at a module level. There's a need for a lot of end-to-end testing, interoperability testing at the full system level. There is a need to do all of this also in very short sprints to feed the CI/CD pipeline. So in order to do this very quickly and effectively, automation will be very key to achieve this. And the TIP Open Wi-Fi community is already heavily focusing on automation, all the way from basic feature tests to full-on performance testing to testing deployment scenarios, models by setting up test beds for mesh and MDU scenarios and enterprise deployment models and so on. Also, one of the things that is very important when it comes to maintaining high testing standards is to have a proper test tools and test labs in place. And I'm so excited to see that the Open Wi-Fi community has already done a lot of work, as Jaspreet mentioned, as you saw in the video. There's been a lot of work done in setting up the state-of-art community test labs, which are just as good or better than most of the other big R&D labs I visited in my many years of working in Wi-Fi testing. And we at Candela are really excited to play a big part in helping develop the community labs, the test methodologies, try to create a common set of KPIs and pass-fail criteria, which will all be key for developing high-quality products.
Excellent, Sitarama. I think gives me a lot of confidence in taking stuff from the Open Wi-Fi project for sure. So speaking of confidence and commercial grade and carrier grade, one of the things we talked about is this is open, this is great, this is open source. But one key aspect is security. We heard a little bit about that early today, but let's take a look at security. So Chris, from a security perspective, what's different about the TIP Open Wi-Fi project?
Yeah, so as many of you may already know, DigiCert is the world's leading provider of scalable PKI solutions for identity and encryption. And to our knowledge, the TIP's root CA for Open Wi-Fi is the first scaled PKI implementation for open disaggregated white box network equipment. So DigiCert worked very closely with the TIP community to utilize our PKI infrastructure to handle disaggregated zero-touch provisioning. That was done primarily with the use of our DigiCert One IoT device manager, which is built on our DigiCert One platform, which provides highly scalable, fully automated digital certificate management. This integration essentially means that any TIP access point from any vendor can connect securely to any open Wi-Fi based cloud service. So in terms of security, it really doesn't get much better than the route we've gone.
Excellent. Well, that means we can confidently use our open Wi-Fi solutions, right? That's the goal, right? Absolutely. After all, right? Yeah, that's very excellent. So let me go back to James. So James, how do you see the TIP Open Wi-Fi progressing on quality over the next 12 to 18 months? What do you think is important for the overall community to sustain this momentum? I mean, we're all here today. It's been wonderful. There's multiple hundreds of people here. This just today, right? Just watching this kickoff, right? How do you see us moving forward the next 12 to 18 months, James?
Well, I think for us, and specifically, I think Wi-Fi in general, right? The pace is it's really fast. Wi-Fi is a little bit different because I kind of like to visualize Wi-Fi along two axes. One axis is just the pace of the standard itself, right? We went from Wi-Fi 5 to Wi-Fi 6, and there's now Wi-Fi 6E, and as you guys know, there's Wi-Fi 7 probably about 2 years out. And all these things from Wi-Fi 5 to Wi-Fi 7 is happening, in a much smaller time scale than, for example, compared to 3GPP. So that's one axis. Lots of standard in a very short amount of time. That presents challenges. The other axis is the other way, which is Wi-Fi finds itself embedded in so many different diverse applications. Right? It's not just smartphones. It's everything that you use, that you touch and see and we use every day. So the breadth is also substantial. So I think going forward as a community, Wi-Fi presents these two challenges. How do you, on one hand, keep up with the ever-evolving standard? And because that's what people do, they buy the latest gear and they demand the latest technology because there's lots and lots of good improvements and enhancements, not just for speed. And the other thing is how you then replicate this across many different products and segments. So at MediaTek, we have from the get-go, our strategy is we proliferate Wi-Fi into as many markets as we can. It's not just a home router, right? Open source or the access point, but also the client devices and whatnot, and now Internet of Things devices. And then our challenge now is how do we then replicate this for every generation of Wi-Fi? And I think that's a big challenge, not just for MediaTek. It's for the whole industry to try to address, but at least that's what we want to do.
Yeah, definitely. It's a whole community effort. Yeah. Sitarama, what are your thoughts, right? What do you see quality-wise next 12 to 18 months? More and more commercial grade, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. More and more commercial grade. And there's a lot of work that needs to happen in the background for that to become a reality. So for instance, the community has a goal of creating over 10,000 test cases by the end of the year. The idea is to, by providing this kind of comprehensive test coverage, is going to be super important for the success of Open Wi-Fi. And automation of all these tests in order to reduce the test time, as I said before, is also going to be very important. And it's also important that the quality gatekeepers to create strict quality benchmarks, which need to be met as a part of the qualification programs. A lot of customers, a lot of operators, they're all going to rely on high quality Open Wi-Fi products, and it's our goal to actually make sure we meet those things. Right. So in the next 18 months, I can see this community really growing substantially with so many member companies participating and benefiting from Open Wi-Fi. And it's very important for the community to make very good use of the community labs that are being set up all around the world. And another point I'd like to make is that there'll be so many excellent new features that will be added. We discussed, a lot of those have been discussed on various sessions like open roaming, zero touch provisioning, and a lot more. And there'll be many, many more that will come. And as these things will be added, it's also important for the community members to also contribute test cases along with the features as they're being developed, right? To make sure that the testing never falls behind the feature development. So testing needs to always be a little bit ahead or in line with the feature development to make sure the quality is maintained. So that's basically what we need to do.
Agreed. Yeah, should be a TDD, right? Test-driven development. Hopefully, that's the hope, right? All right, Chris, your thoughts. What do we expect to see next 12 to 18 months? Oh, sorry, Chris, you're on mute.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, I think security plays a critical role, right, in maintaining the quality and integrity of the Open Wi-Fi platform. So having a scalable PKI infrastructure anchoring the ecosystem will essentially it'll allow the proliferation of open Wi-Fi access points and continue to enable the innovation of next generation Wi-Fi networks. So we think security has a critical role to play in maintaining that integrity and quality.
Absolutely. That scalable PKI is one of the key unlocks here for Open Wi-Fi. So yeah, looking forward to seeing that grow and scale. All right, Jaspreet, we're at the end of our session, so I'm going to leave you with the last words. Pick your words very carefully. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, if you could just maybe wrap up, what's your view for the next 12 to 18 months?
Yes, for sure, and amazing summaries by everybody. So really, the focus is going to be continue this momentum forward. So, DevOps for Wi-Fi, we continue to strengthen that. The community test beds, like Sitarama mentioned, is going to be made available to the community. So we are working excitedly on a lab as a service. So more tooling is being invested on so that the community can plug into it. If I'm an AP developer, well, I have access to the community that I can latch on to one of the test beds that I can use for testing. If I'm a cloud provider, well, I can do the same. So we're making those toolings available. That's going to be coming out to the community. Enhancing the compliancy testing, that's our mantra here, and we'll make sure that once you consume our Open Wi-Fi project, we want to make sure that the time to market is drastically reduced for our consumer, and that is really our end goal, and we'll continue striving in that path.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the time to market is really critical, and what you guys are doing is really great. So looking forward to commercial enterprise carrier grade, highly secure solutions coming from the team, right? So, looking for CI/CD, and then maybe we'll top it up with continuous selling, right? So CI/CD and CS, right? How's that? All right. So with that, well, thank you, gentlemen, for being with me on this panel today. This has been wonderful. I'm going to kick it back over to Klaus. Klaus, back to you for, I guess, this lightning round.
Sorry, folks, I'm a little bit slow coming in. Yes, lightning round. How are you? Good to see you again. Sorry, I was a little bit asleep there.
I see your plant. I see your plant still alive, Klaus. It's
Plant's
amazing.
still alive. Plant's still alive. You did a great job.
Plant's still alive.
But look, your panelists were great, by the way. Very good panelists. And I noticed Jaspreet had a baby Yoda in his background. There's something about these baby Yodas. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I just want to make that. Thank you.
Very good. Right.
Okay.
I'll check in with you later. Bye for now.
Please do. Please do. All right. Okay, so we are going to do what we call an innovation spotlight lightning round, and the way it's going to work is that we're highlighting the innovation that can be built on the OpenWiFi platform, of course. And to do that, we've got 3 excellent companies that are working on that right now, and they are developing new products on the platform. The 3 companies are, or the 3 speakers are. Adi Rupin, I'm sorry if it's Adi or Adi, I don't know. I've not met any of them before, but I'm going to say Adi Rupin, co-founder and CEO of Ananda Networks. Guillermo Diaz is Chief Executive Officer of CloudSpot. And Sivan Rausha is co-founder and CEO of SAM Seamless Network. And if I got any of those names or company pronunciations wrong, please correct me. Welcome to all of you. Great to see you.
Hey. Hi,
Good
Klaus.
to see you.
Hello.
Hey, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to go through 1 slide per company, and you're going to get to present the services that you're building, the innovation that you're building on top of the OpenWiFi platform. And let's start, I think, do I know what the order is here? Hang on just a second. I think we're going to start with CloudSpot. So Guillermo, go ahead.
Sure. Can you just go to the next slide and let's just have the view. Yeah. So well, first of all, thanks for having me and CloudSpot. So what CloudSpot is we're a situational, what we call ourselves a situational awareness and intelligence platform. And you can think of us as sort of the situational cockpit, if you will, for engaging and safe experiences. And what that platform is we're network agnostic, we're cloud agnostic, and we're open. And we really pride ourselves on being open so that we can aggregate, we can consume and contextualize the data from the network, from the cloud, from other APIs and applications, so that we can drive improved experiences and applications for cities and districts, like what we've done in the World Expo. So we're going live in the World Expo here. We're the official density, position, and population system for the World Expo, or in Erie, Pennsylvania, and Monterrey, Mexico. What we're doing with applications such as workplace, hybrid, and immersive experiences like what we're doing in NEC in Japan, or retail improved experiences, and even working with many schools on how to get back to school safely. So it's really about how we pull that open platform, all of this data, we contextualize it, and we really drive situational and great experiences. And this is, we believe we're the application layer on top of this open Wi-Fi platform.
All right, very good. I'm going to pass it on to our next speaker, and we'll have a short discussion if we have time at the end, all right? Oh, no, sorry, you have more. Go ahead, Guillermo. I thought that was...
this is just, or I think that covers it.
Okay, very good. Our next speaker is Sam. So go ahead, Sivan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, I've been bad. I have a couple of slides, so it's not just one. I hope you can manage this.
Probably live with it.
Okay, I'll do it fast. I hope, yeah. Okay, click to the next one. All right, so hi, I'm Sivan. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of Securing SAM. We are a cybersecurity company, and we're protecting unmanaged networks and connected devices, IoT. The team, including myself, are coming from long years of cybersecurity from the Israeli NSA. Our know-how is network security, embedded devices. So we're coming equipped for this kind of territory. We're protecting over 2 million networks worldwide and having our cloud over 100 million devices, IoT, that we're protecting and monitoring. We're working mainly with operators, as you can see, Verizon, Virgin Media, Liberty Global, and others. A quick click would be good. We're focusing on two kind of approaches. One is a network agent security, where through the telco operators that we're working with, we're providing security for home users and offices, small offices, that we're providing this agent on top of gateways and different kind of platforms, anything basically that runs Linux, and providing a full security suite to all the networks and all the connected devices that they have as even a virtual CISO to them. So all detected, monitored, prevented in one-stop shop. On the other hand, on the right side, we have agentless security. It's more of a cloud approach where we're giving an API to our cloud, to our threat intelligence, to the cloud with millions of devices that keep adding up, where we have our algorithm learning different kind of abnormality of devices and how they're behaving in different kind of environments, and we're profiling them. So we're complementing different kind of enterprises that needs to look at the unmanaged networks with IoT, and also other aspects like MVNO, private networks. They're have a fleet of IoT that they're now tracking, or 5G kind of components. Another quick click, please. Yes, thank you. So our business grew from the home, 16 connected devices on average American home, different kind of peripheral devices that you need now to manage, control. You don't have security on top of them, but also SMB is affecting by this IoT phenomena, because they're suffering from bring your own device kind of culture. And then if we're going even further now, enterprises, big organization now have a challenge with the remote work. Everybody's working from home, etc. So with our cloud, what we're providing, that where the data is being fragmented with all those devices, really what we're hoping, what we build is the security will tag a unique device to each of your fragmented data that's being followed. So what happened is that if you're switching between different kind of network technology, if it's a home, it's a public one, or whatever it is, the security will follow through our fingerprint mechanism, through our smart policies mechanism, to identify and making sure your privacy is intact. How it's another click, and that's the last one. How it's helping with OpenWiFi and what we're doing together with TIP is giving chunks of our models, like the visibility of IoT and the fingerprinting, and like just to secure the platform itself. And we see this as part of our growth, part of our vision to protect everything. And that's what we're providing to this community, and happy to share our know-how, how we see how we see security needs to expand into IoT. I did it less than 5 minutes, I think.
Very good, Simon. Very good. I'm going to hand it over to Adi. Adi, go ahead.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
I'm pronouncing your name correctly, by the way. Because
perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, so thanks for having me. So I'm Adi Rupin. I'm the founder and CEO of Ananda Networks. Thanks for flipping the slide. Just for context, what we do is basically build a better network that's more secure and faster than what we're using today. For context, let's look at the generational shift that's happening with the enterprise as they're becoming way more distributed. There's COVID, there's cloud, so we have resources all over the place. Specifically in the context of this discussion, we have a lot of users working from home that we wish to address. And can you click to the next slide. And yes, thank you. And the way we are tackling this problem today, or until today, was to throw a lot of Band-Aid at the problem, whether it's VPNs and firewalls and CASB and SD-WAN and MPLS. The internet was never designed to do this, so we basically need to create this patchwork to connect distributed nodes, remote users, to their enterprise resources and applications. Next slide, please. What Ananda is doing is basically rebuilding that network, basically making it much faster and higher quality, making it more secure with zero trust and the latest in security, and really making it as simple as using Slack, and making all these dozens of different components unnecessary by just reinventing and rethinking how the network works. Next slide, please. The result of this is threefold. One is performance reliability. We provide a much faster solution than a VPN, and up to 25 times faster than VPN, up to 3 times faster than many of the competing solutions in the space, both in throughput and in parameters such as latency and jitter. Next, please. We provide, as I said, zero trust, security, end-to-end encryption, and all this again is a service of the network rather than some afterthought in a patch that you need to make to the network. Next one. And finally, the simplicity and the cost saving that comes out of that, because we are a cloud-managed solution, we are 100% software-based solution, so there's no need to backhaul to deploy appliances, to backhaul traffic, to install anything. It really is something that you can use within minutes. Final slide, please. So how does this relate to TIP OpenWiFi? So basically, I think we share a lot of the same vision. Why you're reimagining Wi-Fi, we are reimagining the rest of the network. So we can build on top of this open platform to provide our services. We share the same vision of cloud-managed disruptive services that are thinking about the problem differently. We say, as a software company, TIP really OpenWiFi is a perfect complement, because we are not looking to get into the hardware business, but you can leverage commodity open hardware and software. That's exactly a great opportunity for us to get our services to the end users. And at the end of the day, what we are doing is, the way I'm thinking about it, if OpenWiFi addresses the 100 feet inside the home or the office, there's the next 100 miles or even 1,000 miles, to be honest. And how do you connect all these nodes now all the way to the enterprise in a way that's secure, that way that's fast, that's taking all the benefits that you have inside the LAN, but extending it to the next 100 or 1,000 miles. So that's exactly where we come in. And by combining both solutions, you get a faster, more secure, more reliable network.
Excellent lightning round. Thank you so much, Adi, as well, and Guillermo and Sivan. We have a few minutes left. I think we do, which is good, which means we get to talk a little bit about this. I think all three are excellent examples of innovation that can be built on top of the OpenWiFi stack on the OpenWiFi platform. Can each of you perhaps just go through quickly what you believe will be the value add for you in a business sense from joining the OpenWiFi community? What do you expect in terms of business growth, and how is this going to fit together for you? Maybe Guillermo, start.
Yeah, for us, when we started our platform, we started with an open mindset. We started with, we want to be able to build and move applications and experiences very quickly on, and be network and cloud agnostic. Mm-hmm. So with that, we believe that with a much more open and sort of agnostic environment, we could move a lot faster. And what I heard even from our last speakers is really combining that with, the development, the CI/CD platforms that are started to connect here. We could, on top of that, on top of what I've heard from my colleagues here, being able to bring that sort of coalition together and really drive these these experiences. Let's face it, we now live in a world where people want to go and have great experiences, but they want to feel safe, and they want and we believe that by bringing together the applications that we're driving and at CloudSpot, driving those great experiences from the time someone enters a venue to the time they traverse and experience that venue, look for locations, and being able to then produce information analytics campaigns and really get them onboarded to this platform. We believe we're in a really good spot, and we're really excited to be part of this coalition.
And for you folks at CloudSpot, I mean, this is close to an ideal scenario in the sense that you would get presumably access to a lot of data. Nearly, I'm going to see unfettered access. It's probably not unfettered, but I'm going to use that word in a different way that you've been used to before, because it's not always the data that you're looking for that's value to you is not always that accessible, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in our platform, we're consuming, data from many different sources, many different sensors and networks.
Correct.
So now, if we can bring that and aggregate that, I think it presents an opportunity for new business models.
Yep, absolutely. Sivan, maybe speak to the opportunity that you believe is inherent in you joining the OpenWiFi community. How is it going to grow your business, do you think?
I think also, I agree what's been said. I think also to add to that is the geographical kind of expand of where we're targeting together with TEEP is something that would go beyond what we are targeting on our short-term year goals, right? And I would say it's also helping us growing our business with collaborating with other fabulous tech companies that we haven't been introduced before that. So for instance, just yesterday we had a call with Boingo company and with Adi actually. So it's actually opening us a lot of opportunities. So
it's great to hear. Strong community, right? Strong community and lots of opportunities to connect, which is super important. Adi, talk to us a little bit about what you think this your participation in OpenWiFi is going to bring to you and your company.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, that we are this ecosystem is already bringing value, even as Ivan just said. So that's a great. I didn't see that coming. But for us, it's really helping us to carry our vision, and our vision is networking and security is being done wrong. It's centralized, appliance-based, complicated. There's security and networking as separate things, and TIP really allows us to do something against that vendor lockdown, right? We don't doesn't need to be 100% Cisco anymore. We can use commodity software, hardware, open source, and still deliver the services wherever they are. We don't need specialized boxes. The security and networking are different facets of the same layer that we're creating here. So there's so many things that align with our vision in TIP. And it's, I think, a great delivery method for us to get our software, which is in software form, to just a lot more, in front of a lot more customers and partners.
Sure. Guillermo, this scenario where there are no more where there's no more lock-ins for the proprietary, breaking these proprietary silos. This is really would be presumably a big deal for you guys as well, right?
Yeah, and it's a big deal for us, and as we onboard, I think we can be a key player in onboarding to this platform. So I think, but at the same time, to Sivan's point, is we need to ensure that we're being, driving safety from the perspective of security and privacy and those types of things. So those are also embedded in our, in our mindset and in the platform that we're moving forward.
Thank you, all of you. I think this was a great session and a good example.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
one piece that I didn't call out, which is the opportunity for social responsibility. The challenge that we saw with the pandemic is that we all worked and we all went to school almost overnight digitally. But I just did a talk last week, and I did a lot of research on this. Yet 32% of the world could not go to school.
Correct.
They didn't have access. So I think this also presents an opportunity for us, not only from a business perspective, but a social responsibility opportunity. So I think that's what I wanted to.
Well said, well spoken, and thank you for taking the time to come here and present. I think there are, as I said, very good examples of the innovation that can be built on the OpenWiFi platform. I think we'll see a lot more of you guys as part of the OpenWiFi initiative, and I think we'll have a lot more also of your colleagues join this for even more services. So thank you so much, all of you, and come back and see us again. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye. All right. So that was the lightning round for Innovation Spotlight, and I'm now going to hand it back to my good friend Roy. Roy is here. Roy, take it away. Are you ready?
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, I'm back. I see you still have that plant. That's amazing.
It's not dead
again.
Yet, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I know. But thank you, Klaus, and thank you everyone for staying with us. This is going to be an exciting one. This is the sort of the penultimate session, if you will, before the wrap up. I always wanted to use that word, but anyhow, I'd like to welcome Doron Givoni here, just to start the session, and we'll bring on the rest of the panelists shortly. What we're going to talk about is the future. So we've heard all these wonderful things, and just in case you're confused, that's not the future. That's kind of today, right? We're going to talk about the future, and so Doron is going to present the vision going forward, and I got to say I'm very excited about it. So before I turn it over to Doron, I'll just give him a brief introduction. I've known Doron for quite a few years now, and he's always had visions. And I think this time around, it's the realization of one of his visions. So definitely very excited about it. So Doron Givoni is solution architect at Facebook, and definitely one of the big drivers behind OpenWiFi and what you'll be seeing today. So over to you, Doron. Let's talk about the future.
Thank you, Roy. Great to be here with you. So what we wanted to share today is the vision we have around hyperconvergence for wireless for these indoor systems. Could you flip the next slide, please? We have a few really audacious goals, right, for this system. We would like to create a converged system that includes both cellular and Wi-Fi, that it's a lower price band than sort of existing Wi-Fi solutions. We believe we could bend the price curve. And we're really trying to optimize this system for the middle price, or the middle part of the market. Think of buildings of 20 to 200,000 square feet, like MDU, commercial buildings, and we want to create a purpose-built solution for this, which is really tuned around simplicity and cost. We're trying to optimize for that, and we're trying to move away from choosing between whether you deploy Wi-Fi or cellular, to basically deploy both of them at all times at a very sort of attractive price point. So the system we're working on includes three major components. One of them is a multi-band radio that's able to radiate Wi-Fi and cellular and IoT concurrently. And that radio is connected using existing structured cable. So if you have sort of a Wi-Fi 4 or Wi-Fi 5 environment, you want to go for a Wi-Fi 6, you unplug the previous Wi-Fi APs, plug this multi-band radio in, swap out the PoE switch for this wireless switch, and you're sort of good to go. And beyond just getting Wi-Fi, you now also have cellular. So we think that's obviously a very attractive value prop. So we're trying to do vertical integration of multiple technologies, displacing the needs for a standalone Wi-Fi network, a standalone private cellular network, PoE switches, packet calls, things of that sort, and really boil it down to the bare minimum number of devices that you need to install in a venue. There's a lot of good things that we've been working on the Open Wi-Fi, and definitely planning on leveraging that as we go forward. So we're going to use the same controller to provide a unified controller for the first time in the industry. Not a single pane of glass, but truly a single controller that could manage both Wi-Fi and cellular. All the great tooling that that was previously presented, all of that comes over with us. Certificates, zero-touch provisioning, all these things would carry forward into the system. We believe this price point that we could hit, which is roughly between 10 to 20 cents per square feet, is going to be substantially more attractive than sort of the existing options today, where you need to buy a myriad of different products and sort of deploy them side by side. Next slide, please. So talking about how do we get this from a vision to a shipping product, we've started working on a first-gen system that includes Wi-Fi and 4G, and then we've recently completed sort of a proof of concept that will show in a minute. And then our plans is to take that proof of concept into lab trials with a few selected providers, right, to prove out some of the key concepts of the system. Going forward, we're starting to work on a second-gen system that would include not just tri-band Wi-Fi, but also 4G and 5G. That development has recently been kicked off, and we're expecting in early 22 to have alpha releases and then beta releases that we could take into the field. So we'd like to show you a quick video of the proof of concept that we work with one of our partners, a company called Cilium.
You might be able to do this or this, but how about this? Can you juggle the demands of multiple wireless networks to provide full indoor coverage with just one system? Now you can with a hyper-converged wireless system. Outdoor cellular radios often can't penetrate indoors, and higher wireless frequencies have smaller coverage areas. Current solutions require distributed Wi-Fi APs and separate cellular systems, resulting in complex installation, more cables, poor mobility, low performance, and they're very expensive. Cilium, as part of the Telecom Infra Project Open Converged Wireless Group, has been contributing to the development of hyper-converged wireless systems for indoor connectivity, based on disruptive technologies and system-on-a-chip to optimally distribute any sub-7 GHz protocol and compatible with all wireless technologies and generations.
Hi everyone. Here you can see Cilium-based hyper-converged wireless switch. Inside it contains a full network in a box, including 4G, 5G, small cell, Wi-Fi access point, and Cilium system-on-chip based system. It connects with standard cat Ethernet cable to a patch panel and connected to numerous remote radio units connecting to any device in your indoor environment.
All right, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that video. Wasn't it pretty exciting? And I think it shows that maybe the future is closer than we think. So thank you, Doron, for the introduction and for setting the stage. Definitely very exciting in terms of what this could mean. I'm going to welcome back at this point in time Derek Peterson and Oren Binder. For those of you who were not with us earlier today and maybe join us slightly later, I'm going to have Derek and Oren introduce themselves. So Derek, if you could please reintroduce yourself to the audience.
All right, thanks, Roy. Hey, everyone. Great to be back with you, especially talking about this exciting stuff with Oren. I'm Derek Peterson. I'm the CTO for Boingo Wireless, and we provide connectivity. I mean, that's what we're doing, and that's what we're going to be talking about. So excited to be here to talk to you about what's coming.
All right. Thank you, Derek. Oren, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Oren Binder. Looks like I'm in a fog a little bit, but I'm good. And really, I'm the director of marketing for the Ongo Alliance, and what we do is evangelize 4G and 5G Ongo technology. We'll get to it in a little bit later. On shared spectrum, we're currently focused on the CBRS spectrum in the US, and we have currently something like 188 members, and Boingo is one of them, one of the more active ones, and Derek's on our board.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Doran. Oren, sorry. I mixed up Doran and Oren. It's you look so much alike. I could separate it at birth, but anyhow. So let me move on. So Doran painted this picture of this this converged connectivity, right? Indoor, sort of everywhere, literally. But so why is it that we still don't have ubiquitous indoor connectivity today? Derek, want to maybe explain what's going on in the market?
Sure. Yeah. And, I just first say, we're all here because we have a passion for connectivity. When I left the military 30 years ago, or whatever it was, I was like, okay, what industry am I going to get into? I'm going to get into this communications industry because I want people to get connected. I want to, try to reach people in other ways besides dropping bombs, And one of the things that we've realized when we're trying to create this connectivity is there's a lot of different camps in how you create connectivity. And there's a lot of technology issues and monetization issues that you get into. And one of the key things is, we've realized over the last few years when we've been focusing in on just providing better connectivity is there's a lot of ways we can connect, and we need a system, we need a way to be able to take unlicensed, shared license, and licensed technologies and merge them together and be able to provide connectivity for the middle prize and rural and all these other areas that, weren't getting what they needed because they didn't have the monetization strategy to go and build a huge DAS system or a very large, Wi-Fi system that you get somebody to pay for. And so that's been the problem. It's been a technology problem, which we're solving now with OpenWiFi and this future of Unity platform that Doran shared. And so we're solving that technology problem, and we're solving the monetization problem by lowering the cost. And that's also what Doran shared. So I think we're there. We're getting to where we really need to be, which is getting that connectivity everywhere. It's exciting.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Derek. Oren, what's your perspective on this? Why is it that we don't have ubiquitous indoor connectivity today? And what do you see going forward with open Wi-Fi?
Right, and the bottom line is that today when we talk to customers, we have to come, and I'll be honest, we have a great solution now for this premium connectivity, for this to address business critical use cases. But this is a separate network. This is a separate solution. These are separate small cells. And you do have to convince and talk to the enterprise, hey, you have to add this whole new layer now. And they all have Wi-Fi. And I'll be the first to say, and I don't need to convince anybody here, Wi-Fi is not going anywhere. So this isn't here to replace, and this isn't a rip and replace in any case. This is an additional network that kind of comes on top in addition to this existing Wi-Fi network. And then the enterprise has to figure out, A, do I want to adopt this? Is this worth it for me? And B, how do I now start to manage these two separate networks? So that basically, that's the current situation, to be honest. And something like this comes to reality, it kind of turns us all on its head and turns it into kind of a non-issue in that aspect.
Yeah, and totally agree with you, right? We work with both carriers and enterprises, and then we go out there and we ask, say, CBRS in the US, it's great, right? That's wonderful, private mobile networks, and it says, yeah, it's great, we want that, but we also still need Wi-Fi. We still have Wi-Fi, so we're going to do this twice. We're going to do the structured cabling twice, like really, and so that's a problem, right? And it says, well, you could get a DAS system and just shine it into the building. That's great, right? What are you talking about? $1.90, $1.60 a square foot, best case, right? So definitely an issue. So what's the effect of this whole hyperconverged thing? Now, Doran flashed some pretty interesting numbers up there, like 10 cents, 20 cents a square foot. For those of us in metric, that's like $1.07 per square meters, right? But when you get down to those economics, right, what does this do for indoor connectivity? Derek, what are your thoughts?
Well, like I said, we've always, at Boingo, we started off and we were doing big venues. So you're always focused on those very large venues, and you always have this little pyramid you're looking at, and you're going, okay, how many more big venues can I go after? Yep. And eventually you need to go down that pyramid to those middle prize, those smaller locations, those challenging locations where you're trying to find a monetization. And sharing that cable plant, sharing that power is key. It reduces the cost. And so by doing that, we're going to be able to get that connectivity in places where we haven't been able to get it before. And good connectivity, a licensed connectivity, a shared license connectivity, and Wi-Fi. We can put it all together. You know, as Doran shared, the design that we're trying to develop here is all the way up to 7 gigahertz. So you're going to be able to do perhaps public safety and everything else. You're going to end up getting all of that stuff done together on a single network instead of having to develop all these coexisting networks. And you're now co-integrating them like I shared earlier. And that's really what we want to do. We want to have them integrated together because then it simplifies and produces the cost.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense. Oren, your thoughts about expanding that view? So this is probably helpful to OnGo, right? This whole thing.
Extremely helpful. Yeah. So again, I'm a huge proponent in OnGo and CBRS, all the way from healthcare, logistics, manufacturing, enterprises, office buildings, venues. They're all looking to adopt it, but I'll be honest that the ones that are adopting today are the more high end, the ones that are willing to invest in this network. And it's usually the larger enterprises, larger office buildings, the larger universities, the venues. And the reason is the cost and the OpEx and the management of this. So basically this turns the discussion into not, basically expands the market to all the ones beneath it, all the smaller warehouses, the smaller hospitals, the smaller, it just turns into, okay, now all of a sudden I have this 5G network in my venue.
Yep.
How can I utilize it? Not should I now look at, so for us, it expands exponentially the market in extreme.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's no longer a question of, either this or this, right? It's a question of, now you got this and this, right? So what do you want to do with it, right? That changes the thinking, right? Which is, I think, great for everyone here. I'm waiting to get it in my house, right? Not sure what I would use it for, but I'll figure that out later on. But speaking of OnGo and CBRS and the like, so Doran, obviously not just limited to that, right? I mean, this is a worldwide phenomenon potentially, right?
Right. So the system is, provide a solution for distribution of any signal below 7 gigahertz.
Mm-hmm.
CBRS is sort of a good starting point in the US, but we see no potential for including MNO bands as part of these radio combinations that we'll work on. We're quite excited on the future of 5G NRU, which would allow you to do, a cellular network in the unlicensed band.
Mm-hmm.
6 gigahertz obviously is going to be like an amazing opportunity for that. And we believe that some of the unique facets of the system would allow you to partition the 6 gigahertz band, both between Wi-Fi and then 5G NRU. So we do, we've sort of looked into a lot of flexibility that's been designed in that would allow us to take this to globally to different markets and cater for the different likely licensed, donor spectrum, so all these different cellular scenarios that exist.
Excellent. No, I think it's definitely exciting, and it's nice. You put that cabling in once, you put it in for distribution infrastructure in once, and then on the endpoints you can innovate as you see fit, right? And that's a lot easier than running cables over and over again. Which I was surprised at. I'll be frank. I looked at sort of some of the wireless deployments, private wireless deployments, and the big part is that cabling, right? As we all know, right? So excellent. So audacious vision, worldwide vision, right? And given this audacity and the promise of this is going to take effort, right? It's not just going to be us sitting around this room right now, right? It's going to take a lot of effort to bring this to the market. So are you guys looking for more help? I know what the answer is, but what kind of help are you looking for? How can people help, right? So we'll start with Doran and then Derek, Oren, in that order. So Doran, what kind of help are you looking for? Yeah.
So building on the foundation of Open Wi-Fi, we're looking to tap into the community, right, as to accelerate the development. This is an open community. We welcome people to join. We have sort of an array of providers that are eager to test this out in the lab and eventually take it to field trials. And I think the call to action for us is come join the community and get engaged. And we really want to together we build better solutions. I think it's sort of the mantra for us.
Very good. I'll go to Derek, but before I go to Derek, I'm going to ask the audience, if you have Q&A, go ahead and ask those questions. We'll try to get to them. We have a couple of minutes, maybe 1 or 2 questions, but it's very rare you're going to get this kind of panel in place and in one place at the same time. So feel free to ask your questions. Right. All right, Derek, over to you for your views.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just like Doran said, we collaborate, we do better things. We're seeing that. Hopefully everybody saw that today with Open Wi-Fi. there's a lot of exciting things that's there now. And we've got open roaming, which was shared by, a different group. And so now we're going to have this open converged platform that we're trying to develop. And that's a key point. I know that there are others out there that I work with who are developing some systems that are these converged systems. But what we're trying to do here is a little bit different. We're trying to create an open environment for us all to work together to collaborate on, so we can do, as I shared earlier, that 80%, and then let these innovative guys like you just had on right before us put stuff on top of it to really secure it and add new capabilities and new use cases to it. So that means we need people involved so we can get that 80% right, that 80, 90% right, for all of us to take advantage of. Open, we've seen it happen in all over, everywhere else in the computer industry with our, open clouds and our open systems and our Linuxes and everything else, as people have shared. It's time to do this in the network, and it's time to be a part of it. So come join.
Yep. Excellent, Darren. Oren.
The only thing I'll say is, first of all, that both Facebook and Boingo are members of the Alliance, and there was a lot of, again, cross-pollination going on there. And we'd love to be a part of this part. And also, when you expand, we don't only deal with CBRS, we're looking at shared spectrum worldwide. And I think Doron is also, again, he wants to conquer the world. So we want to help him in that as well. And these other bands in Europe, in South America, and other places where it will make total sense, like you said, to add them as well and be in those markets.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I think we're looking for, this is the nice version of world domination in the good way, to help everyone get connected, right? And I think we've heard, a lot of cases where the world's not connected, and I think connectivity can bring significant benefits, can equalize in a lot of ways, right? So I see we have a question here from the audience. It says, when we're calculating the cost, we use the cost per square meter. Obviously, we've made some assumptions in there. The question is, what is the cost per connected device or per user at an average in an average density, if there's such a thing? But Doron or Derek, anyone want to answer that one?
Yeah, I think one of the things we're trying to do is define a few archetypes, hospitalities, MDU, and so within those archetypes works on different densification characteristics. I don't think we've boiled it down to a cost per device. They're definitely an interesting aspect to look into.
Yeah, I would just say, that the amount of devices that we're carrying is changing. So that's kind of a harder thing. I'm just thinking, as we start going smarter, everything, and I've shared that before, one of the things I'm looking to do, and, is this whole idea that you can do hydroponic growth of your own food, right? So you got lights and everything else. And one thing we've all learned is, it's nice to, when we're home, we got a green thumb. We saw the green thumb, behind the fake green thumb behind Klaus earlier. But the idea is we're going to have more connected things. You're going to start connecting these lights so you can grow your own vegetables in your house and in perhaps a room. Well, that's now even more great things that we're connecting. So the reality is we're going to keep connecting more and more things and doing this digital transformation as we make more connections available. And by doing that, what we're really going to have to focus on is what are all the use cases we want to do, and do we have enough bandwidth to do that? And by taking an approach where we can get bandwidth from all these different sources, shared spectrum, unlicensed, licensed, et cetera, everywhere in the 7 gigahertz spectrum and down, now, that's to me the key. It's going to go up whatever we could come up with. And so utilizing the square feet, I think, is what we've been doing, because that $1 to $2 per square feet, because hopefully there's more and more connected devices driving that cost down.
Yeah, I think
down.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, it's the type of devices, the workload we're placing on it, and that's changing rapidly over time. And as you point out, when you put something like this, in terms of the structured cabling and the RF distribution, then we can iterate the technologies on the other ends or on the both ends as appropriate, right, as time goes on, and try to hit that cost envelope. But certainly, this is definitely a game-changing vision, and very excited about seeing that, be realized, across obviously the folks here and certainly the much larger, TIP and beyond ecosystem. So we've come to the end of this session, and we're going into sort of the conclusion phase. But I want to see if any of you had any words to share before we wrap up and turn it back over to Dave Hutton.
I'll just say thanks. I mean, I was able to participate most of the day today. Thanks for everybody, for Tip and for you and for Klaus and the other people behind the scenes. It's been a great experience to see what we're doing together. And I'm going to just give a shout out to everybody. We're all passionate about connectivity. That's what TIP's trying to do. That's what, all these organizations that have come up today are trying to do. So get involved. It's an exciting time.
Very good. All right. Now with that, let me thank Doron, Derek, and Oren for the time here. And we're going to go ahead and bring back on Dave Hutton and Klaus. So thank you, guys.
Hello, Roy.
Hey, Klaus. You're back again. See, that plant of yours is famous. I think
I know
mentioned it
it's famous
now,
and even Derek is talking about it. And
you can't get rid of it.
I can never get rid of it, but I might have to upgrade it to an actual plant because I'm getting
the problem with that is then it may not be commercial grade.
I think it's up to you and I to now have plans in our next conference and panel discussions going forward.
Either that or Baby Yodas. Baby Yodas.
Baby Yoda's pretty good, but that plant,
as well.
David, great to see you again.
All right, back to you, Dave.
This has been a great session today. I think it's been amazing with some real key announcements that are coming out about Wi-Fi and the way forward for next generation Wi-Fi. Just a logistical point, I want to let people know that the sessions today have been recorded, and these are going to be made available on the TIP website. So if colleagues have missed this, or if you really want to review and play it back again, if you participated, then you have the opportunity to do that. So that's how it's going to be. Now, Klaus, Roy, thank you so much for today. Your support has been amazing. The sessions that you've moderated has been great. It's great to have you both involved. Expert moderation and expert insights as usual. Now, from my perspective, there's been some real key kind of highlights that have come out of today. Lots of different kind of topics that have been addressed. From my side, I think the relationship between 5G and Wi-Fi. I love the comment from Derek at Boingo talking about we're moving away from convergence. Now we're talking about co-integration. And that kind of fits into the hyper-converged wireless system that we've just been talking about. There's views on open Wi-Fi enabling new business models, no vendor lock-in anymore. Open roaming being involved is a game changer to start with. Community-driven approaches are beneficial to the whole industry and essential for moving forward. I love the quote of DevOps for Wi-Fi as well, tools for CI/CD. And so I found that this has been really informative and very exciting news. So I'm wondering what have been your highlights through the session today? So Klaus, let's start with you.
Well, there's so many. I don't even know if I can go through them to be honest, because I think there was substantial inspiration to be found basically in every single panel. And I also just want to say if the quality of people is a reflection of the quality of the project, that is usually the case, then you guys are really good, because I thought these guys were fantastic and really each had a very strong contribution to make to this community, which I think is outstanding. And I think they were all great. I mean, I think I started by saying that I'd studied this, and the right word to apply to this in my mind is transformative, and I do believe it's transformative, and I believe even more strongly so now that we're at the end of this this fantastic event. So 2 more things I wanted to say. First of all, I think it's official that more than 1,100 people have registered for this event. And I think from a Wi-Fi point of view, and I'm a Wi-Fi event organizer, that's massive. So that also shows how much interest there is in this, and huge congratulations to the entire team, including yourself, David, for achieving that. I think that is an absolutely fantastic number. And I also want to say that now that everybody's seen, the quality of what's going on, the perspectives, and hopefully become inspired of, all these things going on, jump in and get involved, right? And don't hesitate. Let's go. This is really something that's going to change a lot of things to the better in the Wi-Fi industry. So that's kind of my wrap up without going into too much detail on the individual content points here.
Oh, fantastic, Klaus. Roy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what blew me away was the caliber of the people and companies that are involved in this, right? And it's amazing to see different companies from different places, and some of them are competitors, sort of coming together in a united effort to make something like this happen. And I think that's almost unheard of, right? In this such a short time, right? To realize this vision, and I think one of the key things for me is that the infrastructure and the commercial grade. So, obviously I've worked with open source folks for many years. But to kick off something like this with commercial grade, enterprise grade, or carrier grade, sort of a back end, right? And, from a development standpoint to an open community in terms of the labs, the testing infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of dollars of investment behind that open lab that's been contributed to make that happen, right? And then to have a commercial grade PKI infrastructure to ensure that it starts off with security, that the first time I heard that was like, oh, that's interesting, right? Now you can move you buy an AP, you're not locked in. I can move my enterprise grade AP, from one provider to another provider. I can change cloud management providers. I'm like, what? Isn't the goal of this to sort of lock you in, right? So you're stuck with one service, right? And that sort of turned it on its head, right? That portability aspect, right? Is that to me was definitely quite different. And of course, the last part that hyper co-integrated or hyper converged or hyper whatever you want to call it, right? That it's not a question of, do you pick this or this, right? And we're all going around and saying, yeah, Wi-Fi is going to be around, CBRS or 5G or private wireless is not going to kill it. No. It's going to be friendly, happy, right? But the reality is enterprise is sitting there and saying, well, I only got so much money and I got to go run my cables and deploy this, right? Which one? Wait for 6E because it's now here, right? Maybe OFDMA will fix my problem, right? Maybe, 8x8 MIMO will fix my problem, right? Maybe not, right? What do I do? Well, now in this case, as this comes to realization and reality, you don't choose. You just say, where do I think the right place to put these access points are? I put my cable and distribution in place, right? My RF distribution in place. And then I get both, right? That to me is amazing, right? I don't have to choose. I don't have to worry about, do my devices support CBRS, right? What's the policy when that signal is not there, right? Which PLM and ID does it adhere to or pick, when there's multiple, on the same band, right? On band 48. I don't worry about that. I just say I got Wi-Fi, I got this, I got that, right? That to me, I think that was that's groundbreaking for sure.
That's great. I think you're right. I think in such a short space of time to look at this from a commercial grade perspective for deployments and getting not just the open source software project up and running and working, but the testing and the tools associated with that, but the security and the authentication mechanisms behind that, thinking about really how you can get this into market and commercially scale it. I mean, I think that the team has done a fantastic job, and it's
a huge achievement. It's a huge achievement already at this point, which bodes extremely well for the future as well, right? So,
it's like launch, like like you see Apple launch, right? Like Steve Jobs goes up and says, "Got this, and I got this, and one more thing, got this." That I was happy with the first thing you said, right? Now you get, and then you just keep giving, right? So that was sort of my feeling, right? It's like, and this, and this, and this, right? I was like. Wow.
And by the way, the roadmap blew me away at the end, and it really shows the perspective, the longer term perspective on what's going to be happening in this group.
Absolutely.
So that there's a lot more to come, right?
I fully believe that as well. I mean, if you listen to the passion and the vision from like Chris Bush and Doran Devani, there's a lot more to come out of this, and that's the beauty of working in this community-driven approach. I think it's fantastic. So we are at the tail end of the session, and as everybody can see, there's lots of activity and excitement around Open Wi-Fi within TIP. Now, if you're not already involved, there are multiple ways that you can be involved and contribute to the progress of Open Wi-Fi. So you can download the open source software, try it out, contribute to its development. You can engage with the commercial vendors who are building the solutions based on Open Wi-Fi, and actively come and participate in the TIP community and contribute to the progress of the project. So as we already mentioned here, this is not the end. There's going to be a lot of other interesting projects that are going to be coming out of this as well. So last point, I want to again thank all the event sponsors for supporting this, and recommend that the participants explore their booths, and you can do that using the Hop-in Expo button. And again, Roy, Klaus, it's always a pleasure, but thank you again for your support during the session today. And thank you everybody for attending the event. So goodbye and see you next time.
Thank you.